weeks about it too, trust me. In fact, let's get to the English Mystery of the Week right now. And I'll go through it, and then we'll have time for questions about it. This way we can focus on a specific topic. Okay, so let's get to this week's English Mystery of the Week. And here it is.
Hi, Teacher Paul. This is Leonie.
This is Kenta.
I have a question for you. I know it's okay to say, do you mind taking my picture with the CN Tower in the background or with the Rogers Center, with the Eaton Center? But why can't I say with the Yorkdale Mall? Or what about Niagara Falls? Can I say with the Niagara Falls in the background?
Mr. Paul, please help us solve this English mystery.
Okay, guys, thank you to Ryomi and Kenta for sending us that question. This is a great question, and I'm really happy that you asked it. I'm going to do a couple of things here. If you give me a second, I'm going to bring down the main question in the form of contrasting sentences. Okay. We have these two examples here. Right? Can you all see that? It's a little bit wacky. That's okay. I'll bring it over here. Not so straight, that's okay. What we're really looking at here is, you know, the idea that, what's the difference here? In these phrasings, these are places that we can visit and they have the article the in front of them. But over here we have other places we can visit and they have no article. So we're wondering, Ryomi and Kenta are wondering, why do we put an article here but no article here? So I want to do, first of all, a quick review of how articles work. And to do that, I'm going to bring up a graphic. And it says, so much fun. Yeah, you know what? If you don't like grammar, don't watch this show. If you like grammar and you're interested in learning more about it and you want to explore its mysteries, this is what the show is all about. If you don't like language learning, or if you don't want to improve, this is probably not the show for you. Or if you just want to, I don't know, learn conversational English, maybe this isn't the show for you because you just listen to me. But if you're interested in exploring grammar and how it works and how it doesn't work, this is what the show is all about. Okay, we're talking about articles or determiners. Determiner is the larger class. But to understand articles, I want to bring up a little chart I have that will help us understand articles. First of all, what is an article? Well, it's either the or a or an, right? Well, these are pretty similar. So let's put a slash. And I think you've heard that we use a or an depending on whether this is a noun that has a vowel like an egg, or a dog has a consonant, right? And these are called the indefinite articles. They're not specific. This is called the definite article because it represents something specific. What I want you to understand with articles, though, and one of the challenges is, of course, some languages in the world that you start with, some of your native languages, have no articles in their grammar. So when you learn English and you have to understand articles, it's challenging. I understand that. I believe Japanese is a language that has no articles. So for the Japanese learner, learning how to use the, a, and an is a challenge. And I want to help you with that. One thing you need to know about articles is that they go in front of nouns. Which nouns? Well, every time you use a noun, you have to think about it. Every noun you use may get a, an, the, or no article. You have to make a choice. How do you make that choice? One way to do it is to use Teacher Paul's article accelerator chart, this chart here. So I can give you a copy if you contact me by my email. I can send you a copy of this file so you can have it on your desk when you're working. It's particularly important when you're writing, for example. Now, when I was a child, I learned how to do this chart, how to use a similar chart, and so I could make the decision to use an article or not to use an article and which article to use. And then over time, it became faster and faster in my thinking. Over a long time, it becomes automatic. So as a native speaker of English, there's no choice making. It's so fast, it's basically instinctual now. But for those learning, this can be very helpful. So, step number 1, take a noun, any noun, and ask yourself the first question. Is it a proper noun? Well, I think you know what a proper noun is, right? The name of a person or a place or a specific thing. Names, right? Titles, like President Biden or Prime Minister Trudeau. The title Prime Minister gets a capital. My name is Paul. I get a capital letter. The next question you have to ask is it specific? And this is where it gets tricky. Look at the other questions, guys. Is it uncountable? Well, you can just check the dictionary and find a C or a U. Is it uncountable or countable? That's the easy question to ask. Is it plural? Well, that's an easy question to answer too, right? Does it begin with a vowel? Well, that's kind of easy to answer too because it's the first letter of the noun. And then you decide, finally, the tricky question to answer is it specific? How do you know if something is specific or not? Well, the only way to know is from the context. And the idea of specificity is, does the listener or the reader know which noun you're talking about, right? So for example, if I said, I want to use a pen. Well, is it specific? No, any pen is fine. I'm talking about something not specific or unspecific, right? If I told you, I need a book from my shelf, a book, you don't know which one. If I told you, please give me the book, you wouldn't know which one I'm talking about. So it's the context, it's the mutual understanding of the background information that decides whether it's specific or not. Now, what if I introduce a book to you in our conversation? Hey guys, let me show you a really good book I read. It's called Runaway Horses by Yukio Mishima. Mishima Yukio, Japanese literary figure. This is a really great book. Okay, so I introduced it to you. This is a book, but now you know the book. So now if I'm pointing to that book or referring to that book, now that you've understood the book I'm talking about, I can say the book. The book I showed you is by Mishima. You know which book I'm talking about because I previously introduced it. So our shared understanding in the context decides whether you understand if I'm talking about something specific or not. So when we go through this chart, the question is it specific or not? It's not in the dictionary. It's not a grammar rule. It's the context of your conversation. Okay? So, let me show you the book. Right? The book that I already introduced. Let me show you another book. I'll show you this book. It's called All the Names by Jose Saramago. And Saramago's book is interesting. Okay? Now I can say, well, let me show you the book again. The Saramago book, because now we have two. Okay, so this chart is a good way to decide which article you need. So let's try it. Book, let's say The Mishima book, a Mishima book. So the noun we're going to use here is book. Is it a proper noun? Well, the title is a proper noun, Runaway Horses, but the word book is not a proper noun. It's not the name of a person or a company or a country. It's not a proper noun. Is it specific? Well, if yes, then we use the. Okay? Let me show you another book that's not specific. Let me just get an example. Okay, this book is Trees on a Slope. But let me imagine we didn't show you the cover, so you don't know the specific title. Is it a proper noun? No. Is it specific? No, it's just a book. Is it uncountable? No, you can have one or two books. So we go to the next question. Is it plural? No, there's only one in my hand. Does it begin with a vowel? The word B for book? No. So we say a book, right? So you can, it's like a checklist. It's a really good tool for learners to develop their understanding of how to choose articles. However, it's not the full story of articles. This is the basic grammatical rule of articles. But remember I talked about that triangle. Form. Well, this chart explains the form of using articles, the grammar rules and structures. And the meaning of an article is that it points to a noun. And that noun is either a specific noun that you've been introduced to and you know which one I'm talking about, that's a specific noun. Or the article points to a general noun like, I want a pizza. I don't care which pizza, any pizza. I'm hungry. I want a pizza. So it's pointing to a million pizzas that are possible, right? But when I say, let me show you the book, I'm just pointing to one possibility, right? One possibility. That's why it's the. But when we think about language, we have to think about grammar, form, meaning, and use. And use is what we're talking about here, how it's used. So let me go to a couple of other points here, guys. I'm going to show you a couple of pieces of research from prominent grammarians, people who research the way language is used, okay? Let's bring that up. And these grammarians do all this research about language. They're not interested in rules. They're interested in studying how it's used commonly, how language is used in a specific context, a society or a country, okay? And the first one is Bollinger. Bollinger is a grammarian. And Bollinger says the definite article, the, right? We're talking about the, good old the. The definite article, the, singles out or makes definite and specific, makes something, a noun, definite or specific, the thing mentioned against a background of a more inclusive whole. Let's think about that. The thing mentioned, the thing you already mentioned, against a background of a more inclusive whole. Now, they're not talking about a physical background. They're talking about a knowledge background. So, for example, you guys know what books are, right? You've probably read lots of books. You know that in the world there are millions of books. If you go to a bookstore, you can see thousands of books. That's the background of your knowledge. And the thing mentioned is one thing, the thing. So the definite article, when I say the book, the Mishima book that I'm talking about, I'm singling it out. I'm making it specific against a background in your mind, in your knowledge, of a more inclusive whole. The whole knowledge you have of all the books in the world. Okay? That's what the definite article does. Now here's another point from two scholars, Liu and Gleason. Liu and Gleason. Okay? They also mention that cultural use, remember we're talking about use here, cultural use is the use of a noun that is unique and is a unique and well-known referent in a speech community. A referent is a thing that you refer to. So up here, the thing mentioned against a background, that thing is the referent, okay? The thing you're pointing to. Cultural use is the use of a noun that is unique and well-known, referent, the book, in a speech community. Okay, now, what the hell is a speech community? Well, here's one. You guys and me. We are the Hard-Boiled English Live community, right? And together, we have background information that we've shared together, maybe from past shows, right? For example, you know that I'm wearing this jacket and tie, and it looks familiar to you from the last one, right? So if you say, the tie Paul wears, we know what it is. It's a dark blue tie, right? It's familiar. So in a speech community. What else is a speech community? Well, how about the country you live in? Or how about the school you go to? Or how about the club you belong to? Or how about your group of friends in your neighborhood? Remember when you're growing up, you and your friends have special terms and words and phrases and expressions that you share, but you don't use them in front of mom and dad, right? You share them in your small speech community. So we can think of a speech community on all kinds of levels, like huge levels like the world, smaller levels like your country or your city or your town or your neighborhood or even your family or your business. Each one of those is a specific speech community, right? Or another way to think of that is a microculture. Microculture, a small culture, not the culture of your country, like Japanese culture or Colombian culture or Canadian culture. A microculture can be as small as your family or your company. If you're in business, you know the expression culture because businesses are always talking about building their business culture, right? So when we talk about culture, we're not always talking about our country's one big culture. You know, I live in a multicultural country, Canada, so here we have people that moved here from all over the world, so they bring their culture, and we share those cultures. So we have lots of microcultures in Canada, but even smaller cultures in little groups, right? This is an important idea because over here we have this idea that cultural use is the use of a noun that is unique and well known in that speech community. Okay, let's think about that. Now, this question we have today was sent to us by Ryomi and Kenta. And Ryomi and Kenta are students of the on-the-spot language program in Toronto. We have a comment here from we love this. Thank you. Thank you. Ralph Lauren, nice suit. Very comfortable. So On the Spot is a language program in Toronto, Canada. Ryomi and Kenta are students there. So they're in a speech community, right? On the Spot language program is a nice small program, and they have their own little community, their own little culture inside there between the educator, Anish, and his students. But they're also in Toronto. And Toronto is a big city in Canada. And it's in the center of the country. It's actually where I grew up. But I now live in Vancouver, on the west coast, another city. And so Toronto and Vancouver, when I travel back and forth, I notice there are some cultural differences. Different expressions, different accents even. So cities are microcultures. They're a little bit different in their culture, even though they're Canadian culture. So Kenta and Ryomi are inside a microculture. They're inside Toronto culture, okay? And Toronto is a province, which is like a state or a prefecture, or in Japanese ken, like Osaka ken or Yamagata Ken. It's not a city, it's a region that may have many cities inside it, but it's part of a country. So Toronto is inside Ontario. Ontario is a bigger region. There's other cities in Ontario. There's Toronto, there's Peterborough, there's Ottawa, right? They're all inside the province of Ontario. So there's a speech community there. There's a microculture. Okay, let me erase the board and get to our specific examples. But keep this idea of microculture or speech community in your mind, because it's part of the explanation here. All right, so Ryomi wants to know, why do we have an article here and no article here? Okay, there's a couple more graphics I want to share with you. Let's look at the way when we use, now I showed you the chart, how we decide on the specific definite article. But in the general use, or let's say conventional use, let's say conventional use in a speech community or microculture, right? And you guys told me what the meaning of the word tacit is, right? You told me that earlier. You did your research and you told me that tacit means unspoken, right? Understood without saying. So tacit is an important idea here. Inside a speech community, there are conventional uses of things. Uses of grammar that everyone agrees to use inside that microculture, inside that speech community. Maybe in another city, there's different conventions. And those conventions may or may not be grammatically correct, following the rules. That's what we have to know. Okay, we have to keep that in mind. So when we talk about definite articles, there are some conventions we have to look at. There are some categories. So let's first look at proper nouns with no article, right? Proper nouns, names of places, names of people, names of cities, etc. So what proper nouns with a capital letter, right? Rogers has a capital letter. Let's go back a step. These are all proper nouns, right? Because they have a capital letter. They're the names of places. So which proper nouns get no article? Well, most geographical names, most places, right? Continents like Asia, countries like Germany, cities like Vancouver, Osaka, Paris, Seoul, Taipei, Toronto, and people like Paul, Taylor Swift, or even fictional people like Mickey Mouse, fictional characters get a capital, but they get no article, okay? Also corporations, companies like Apple, Nike, Sony, Petrobras in Brazil, okay? No article. So when we talk about them in a sentence, we don't use an article. We just say, Paul listened to Taylor Swift and watched Mickey Mouse. No articles, right? So those are the categories, generally true, that we use no articles. Now this is the form. This is the usual correct grammatical form. Now we have to think about the exceptions, the broken rules that we see in conventional use inside a micro community, okay? Let's look at geographic categories with no article. Okay, so again, this is more detail. Continents, Asia, America, Africa. Countries, Canada, Ireland, India. Counties, like a small area with several towns. Nassau County. Cities, again, like Vancouver and Osaka. Lakes, like Lake Michigan, Lake Ontario. Island names, like Catalina Island or Staten Island. Points, points of land that go into the ocean. Point Mugu, Point Roberts. Bays in the ocean, right? Tampa Bay, San Francisco Bay. Capes, Cape Cod, Cape Horn, Cape something there. Parks like Yosemite Park, Stanley Park, and streets and roads like Downing Street or Abbey Road. And also some cities have a square, a town square, like a Times Square or Tiananmen Square. Okay? These geographical categories have no article. Some do. Let's look at those. Okay, so if we follow our regular rule of proper nouns, geographical categories have no article. And here are some more detailed categories of geography with no article. However, there are some exceptions. These are not grammatical rules. These are conventional use. Okay? In this case, the speech community is global. This is how these things are referred to worldwide. So the speech community for these exceptions is worldwide. So regions, big regions of a country like the Crimea, or in Canada, the prairies. That's several provinces, right? A huge part of Canada is prairies, flat land. Deserts, the Sahara, right? There's only one Sahara in Africa. It's specific. So these still follow the rules in a way. The Mojave Desert. Peninsulas like the Iberian Peninsula, right? Oceans or seas like the Pacific Ocean, the Black Sea. You can start seeing a pattern here, right? Because even though they're proper nouns, they are specific, right? There are lots of oceans in the world, but the Pacific is one of those oceans. So in these examples, you can see that the definite article does point to it. And again, the Pacific Ocean is what we all sort of call it when using English around the world. So the speech community is global. Rivers like the Amazon River, the Charles River, gulfs, the Persian Gulf, canals like the Erie Canal, the Suez Canal. Public institutions, right? Public institutions. They can be operated by the government or they can be operated by private businesses, but they are available to the public. For example, the Royal Museum, the New York Stock Exchange. Public institutions. Let's come back to that. So these are geographic categories that we do use the article the. Geographic categories with the article, but these are collective, plural nouns. For example, countries that have political terms in their name, right? The United States. State is a political term. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Kingdom is a political concept. The People's Republic of China. Republic is a political term. The Federal Republic of Germany. Federal or federation is a political term. So when they have a political term in their name, the. How about groups of lakes? Right? So plural grouping of lakes. The Great Lakes. The Finger Lakes. Or mountain ranges. A specific mountain may have a name like Mount Baker, but a group of mountains called a range, like the Rocky Mountains, gets the. And then groups of islands like the Marianas, the Canary Islands, the Bahamas, or even the Philippines. What's plural about the country named Philippines? Well, it's a group of islands, the Philippine Islands. So these are collective category nouns, geographic nouns, with an article. There's one more category I want to talk about. Localized cultural use of the article. So again, we're talking about public or local institutions that everyone in that culture, that microculture or speech community, they know the name, they know which one you're talking about. So, the New York Stock Exchange. There are several stock exchanges around the world that trade currencies and stocks, but there's only one inside New York, right? So it's localized to New York. The Royal Museum of Ontario, the Apollo Theatre, the Tower of London, the Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts. Okay, you start to see what's happening here. Local institutions that everyone knows which one you're talking about, right? Look at this one here, the Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts. That's in Washington, D.C. There's probably several centers for the performing arts, but there's only one Lincoln Center. Okay? Also, neighborhood branches of chains. If you live in a neighborhood and you have a Tim Hortons or a CIBC Bank or the Burger King or an Apple Store, the Apple Store, and you tell your wife, if I tell my wife, for example, I'm going to the bank, well, there's hundreds of banks in my city, but there's only one bank that we usually use in our neighborhood. So she knows which one I'm talking about. So this is localized cultural use. And in the case of a neighborhood, very local neighborhood use, right? And finally, corporate, neighborhood, or home places. So again, we're talking about micro-community. The neighborhood is a community, a speech community, but also so is your company, right? Or your neighborhood, or your home. Every family has its own little culture, micro-culture, their own ways of doing things. So the conference room. If you work in a business office, you have a conference room. So if someone tells you, I'm going to meet you at the conference room, you know what they're talking about, right? If they say, I'm going for a walk in the park, well, you're probably talking about the close by park, the nearest park. Every morning, before I start working with my students, I go to the gym. If I told my wife I'm going to the gym, she knows which one I'm talking about. Our apartment building has a gym in it. That's where I go every day. It's specific, right? It's specific inside our culture. Or in your home, there's one kitchen, right? So if you say, where is my dinner? It's in the kitchen, right? Or the closet. Where did I put my shoes? It's in the closet. They're in the closet. Okay, I just gave you a lot of information, and I understand it can be confusing. But I want you to understand that the original definition of the definite article fits here, right? It makes something specific against a background of more inclusive, right? There are lots of banks in the world, but in my neighborhood, there's only one that I use. So it becomes local cultural use. Okay? And again here, cultural use is the use of a noun that is unique and well known in a speech community, right? And a speech community can be super small. For example, in my home, there's only my wife and I, but we are a speech community. We understand each other's specific little terms, right? So if I say the gym, she knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? If I told my friend who lives in another city, hey, are you going to the gym? I might not know which gym they're talking about, right? So let's go back to our examples and see how they match what we're talking about here. The Rogers Centre. That's a big stadium where sports are played and concerts are held in Toronto. So the speech community is Toronto, and maybe Canada, if other people know it. So if you say I'm going to the Rogers Centre, people understand where you're going. There's only one Rogers Centre. So which category does it belong to? It's not really a geography. It's not part of land, but it's a place. What kind of place? A public institution. Okay? So Diomi, if you're still with me, the Rogers Centre is a public institution. Everyone in that city knows where Rogers Centre is. It's a specific public institution, right? Where's the other? Public institution, the New York Stock Exchange, the Royal... Look at this one here, the Lincoln Center. Well, the Rogers Centre. There are several centers for arts in Toronto, right? But the Rogers Centre, everyone knows which one it is. So it gets the article. And the Eaton Centre. Well, the Eaton Centre is a mall. It's a local institution, right? It's recognizable throughout the city. It's what we can call a public institution, a local institution. Now, Eaton is a big company. Eaton is a big company, and they built many malls across the country. So depending on which city you're going to, they may have their own Eaton Centre. Vancouver had an Eaton Centre. I'm not sure if it still exists. So in Vancouver, if you say, I'm going to the Eaton Centre, your listener will think you're going to the Vancouver Eaton Centre, not Toronto. So it's local. So that's those two. However, we have this other problem here. Yorkdale Mall. Isn't a mall a public institution? A performing arts center, a kind of theater or stadium, those are public institutions. But what about a mall? If I say I'm going to the Yorkdale Mall, I think you understand where I'm going, right? So what's going on here? Can we say the Yorkdale Mall? Well, I think you can, but there's a different problem. The Yorkdale Mall isn't really its name. I did a little research, and the company name is actually the Yorkdale Shopping Center. Sorry, no the. Yorkdale Shopping Center. A shopping center in the Yorkdale neighborhood. That's the company name. In fact, on their website, they just call it Yorkdale. So, when we call it a mall, I think we can say, now this is what you should call it, I suppose. That's the company name, Yorkdale Shopping Center. But if you want to make that shorter, because shopping center is a synonym for mall, I don't see why we can't say the Yorkdale Mall. It's the same as the Eaton Centre, really, when we talk about our local culture and whether it's understood by everyone, right? Remember our graphic said, use of a noun that is unique and well known in a speech community. Well, in Toronto, if you said the Yorkdale Mall, will people understand which one you're talking about? I think so. So, here's my opinion on it. I think that's fine. It fits the grammatical category, right? Neighborhood places, public institutions, and neighborhood branches of chains. Actually, the Eaton Centre is a branch of Eaton's shopping malls. I don't know about Yorkdale. I think it's a local, it fits this category, local institution, right? So I think that's fine, actually, the Yorkdale Mall. According to the website, Yorkdale is also fine, right? Yorkdale is also fine to say, hey, I'm going to Yorkdale. Everyone knows you're going to the mall, right? Because the actual name is Yorkdale Shopping Center. And that's fine to say too. So whether you're allowed to say something or not is not the issue. We're talking about conventional use in a speech community or microculture. In Toronto, if you said Yorkdale Shopping Center, everyone understands you. So some people say that, I'm sure. If you said Yorkdale Mall, everyone understands you in that speech community, so that's fine too. If you said the Yorkdale Mall, well, it's a public institution because it's a mall, everyone goes there, that's fine too. So if you're asking me, are you allowed to say it? I think you should go ahead and say it. The Yorkdale Mall, Yorkdale Shopping Center, I think they're all fine, okay? They all fit this criteria. They all fall into the category of public institution, okay? Now, what about Niagara Falls? You know, the Niagara Falls are a nice waterfall in Ontario. Beautiful place. I should have brought a picture of it. Okay, what's going on here? Well, when you talk about Niagara Falls, let me just take a break one moment and say hello to Ali. Ali Haider is joining us. Great to have you with us. Thank you, Ali. So, Niagara Falls, what is it? Are we talking about this waterfall? right? And actually, it's kind of a big one, so there's more than one. It kind of goes in a curve. So there's more than one. They are plural. I think there's actually 3. American Falls, there's 2, but it's plural. So when we talk about that, why don't we say the Niagara Falls? According to our graphic, it falls into the category of collective geographic places, right? Like the Niagara Falls, not mountain ranges, not lake groups, maybe rivers. Didn't we have one that said rivers? Here, yeah, we had, oh, I thought it had rivers somewhere. Yeah, we did, I think. Yeah, here, the Amazon River, the Charles River. So if you're talking about the Niagara River, that's fine, okay? The Niagara River, oh gosh, that's faint. The Niagara River is fine, okay? Here's the other problem though. Niagara Falls is the name of the city. And what did we say about cities? Cities like Vancouver, Osaka, Paris, no article. Cities like cities that have political names in them. Well, it says countries, but it stands for cities too. The city or the District of Columbia in Washington. The district, or I don't know, I can't think of another example, but cities with a political name in it also get the article. But Niagara is actually, I believe, a native or indigenous word, and falls are these waterfalls. So that city name gets no article. So as a city, when you're talking about the city, Niagara Falls. But when most people talk about what's in Niagara Falls, the city, they're usually talking about the waterfalls, right? I want to see the Niagara waterfalls. In that case, we often call them the falls. I want to see the falls. Which ones? The Falls of Niagara. So if you go to Niagara Falls, the city, right, that's a speech community, and say, I want to see the falls, or where are the falls, people will tell you where those are. Inside Niagara Falls, the city. If you're even inside Canada, if you said, oh, I want to visit the falls, people will probably know you mean the ones that are in Niagara. Now, again, Niagara Falls is the name of the city. Niagara Falls is the name of the city. The falls is the name of this geographic thing, this phenomenon. However, over time, people are talking about the same thing, because nobody goes to Niagara Falls because of, let's say, the sports team. Like in Toronto, you can watch the Toronto Blue Jays or Maple Leafs or Argonauts football team. Nobody goes to Niagara Falls for that. Everyone goes to Niagara Falls for either to see the falls, or there's a wine area, so some people go there for the wine district. So I think what's happened is the falls and Niagara Falls, the city, have become one thing, right? So if you say, I want to go visit Niagara Falls, the city, you really mean the falls, okay? But you have to see them in that city. And because that's a city name, no article, okay? So Niagara Falls is the name of a city, no article, okay? If you're talking about these things, that's the falls, right? I grew up in Ontario, in Toronto, and my parents would often say, hey, do you want to go visit the falls? It's like a 1.5 hour drive from where I grew up, but I knew what she meant. In our Ontario speech community, there's really only one falls, so I knew which one she was talking about. The falls in Niagara. Is it wrong to call these the Niagara Falls? No, it's not really wrong, right? These are the Niagara Falls. So if we're talking about the city is fine and the waterfalls, I think that's fine too. You can call these the Niagara Falls, the falls that are in Niagara. But if you're talking about the city, you should call it Niagara Falls. And sometimes people use that word like it means all of the things in Niagara Falls, the city. Okay? Niagara Falls is the name of the city and the phenomenon, the waterfalls. So I know that's a lot of information. And articles are one of those confusing things in English because we do have certain rules, grammatical form, and that's where this can help you, right? But we also not break, but sort of change the rules according to these type of considerations, right? There's a lot of variation here with proper nouns. What we're talking about here is proper nouns. So when we're talking about articles, this applies to all articles, but the question of whether a proper noun, here, what we've been talking about today is proper noun and whether a proper noun is specific or not. Because if it's specific, it's going to get the, right? It's going to get the. So it's this little section here that's tricky. Is it a proper noun? Yes. Okay, no article. Usually. Usually. Actually, I should put a little connecting dot here from no article to the. This is not entirely true. Proper nouns sometimes get an article. So, let me summarize this for a second. And this is why I think students get confused. In some cases, proper nouns do get an article the. Right? Right? So here it says proper noun. Is it a proper noun? Yes. Then no article. There are exceptions in conventional use. Some cases proper nouns do get an article the. Would you call me the Paul? No, of course not. Would you call my country the Canada? No. But we've seen some exceptions. Right? We've looked at categories with no article that follow the rule. But then there are these categories with an article. And these are the ones you need to study and remember. And these are the collective categories with an article. And these are the localized cultural use of article with a proper noun. All of this discussion is about proper nouns, right? I'm going to take a little breath now and let you ask me questions about this. Let's see if anyone has questions. I was about to ask how the Yorkdale Mall sounds to you. Thank you for it. Yeah, it's actually okay, right? It fits the grammatical exception policy here. It fits, right? It's a local institution. So if you say the Yorkdale Mall, people understand which mall, which Yorkdale Mall you're talking about. However, in that speech community, people may have gotten used to calling it Yorkdale Mall. And that's okay. That's a localized use, right? And it's the people of that neighborhood or that people of that city that determine which one they want to call it. And as I said, according to the website, their logo just says Yorkdale. So I think they're all fine. Yorkdale, Yorkdale Mall, the Yorkdale Mall, or Yorkdale Shopping Center. I think they're all fine. I think that, and you know, the real test is in the use. If you use it, do people understand which one you're talking about? Well, I'm sure they do. In Toronto. Now, if I go to Japan and say, oh, I work at the Yorkdale Mall, no one's going to be confused because that's not even a Japanese word. It's an English word. So, and they probably have never heard of that mall. So they're outside of that local speech community, right? Yeah, Mississippi Falls. Now, I'm not sure, Ali, but maybe that's a city. Maybe that's a city name. The Niagara Falls and Niagara Falls. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for answering this for me as a teacher. Yeah, Anish at On the Spot is a fantastic teacher and a native speaker of English, by the way. But as you saw tonight, the full explanation is not simple. There's a lot of material that we went through. Look how many graphics I showed you. I showed you that one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So to really understand this reasoning, the answer is not simple, right? And, you know, not everyone spends their time thinking about this stuff. I do. And that's why I'm here to help you guys, because I don't expect you guys to think so deeply about this stuff. I want you out there using English and making friends and communicating and using your English in work. You know, it's my job and my passion to investigate this stuff and hopefully explain it to you. There you go, right? Yeah, that's why the lady over there said this to me. You want to go to Niagara Falls, the city, because to watch the waterfall, you have to go to the city first. Go to Niagara Falls for the falls, right? The falls. And most people go to Niagara Falls. It's a very small city, right? It's a very small, maybe even it's a town, I'm not sure. And there's not a lot of attractions. Most people go there for the waterfalls, right? That's the main attraction. Now there's a neighborhood with some museums and amusements. That's an attraction. I always like that stuff. I like the haunted house. And nearby is a beautiful wine district with lots of wineries and restaurants and hotels. It's a beautiful neighborhood. Actually, I was married there to my wife. I love Niagara Falls, the city. But if someone asks you, are you going to Niagara Falls, the city, for the falls, that means for the purpose of the falls. Because you could be going there just for the wine, right? At Christmas time last year, my brother and his wife were in Toronto. My whole family was. And my brother and his wife visited Niagara Falls. Now, they're really passionate about wine, so they didn't really care about the falls. They've seen them before. They went to Niagara Falls for the wine. Right? Yeah, see, this is interesting. I think this is one of the problems out there in the education world, is this idea of specific. We use the for a specific noun, but then we have to ask, what makes the noun specific? Right? What makes the noun specific when we make this determination? Right? Is it a proper noun? Yes. No article. Right? So in their nature, like my name is Paul Duke. That's a specific name. You don't need an article because there's only one Paul Duke, in theory, in this speech community, right? But, you know, there are other people out there named Paul Duke, I'm sure. So the idea of, or a company, let's say a company like Sony. There's only one company called Sony, legally. So we don't need an article because it's clear which Sony you're talking about. There's only one, right? So I understand why teachers teach that, Maki. I understand why they say that. All proper nouns are inherently, by definition, specific. The problem is, it's not always true in use, right? Once we're out there in the real world and you say, oh, I talked to Bob. Which Bob? I know four Bobs, right? Oh, I talked to Steve. Well, even in my small speech community of my family and friends, I know two Steves. Which one? So they're not specific. So once you start using proper nouns out in the world, They're not all specific. That's the problem, right? So I don't think you should hate your Japanese teacher, but it's just not the complete story out there in the world of use, right? The context is what makes it specific, right? Let's go back to that. The thing mentioned against a background of a more inclusive whole. So the inclusive whole is the background of knowledge that you, the speaker, and the listener has, that you share, right? But if it's a total stranger from another country, you don't share the background. So if I said to another person from another country, oh, do you want to see the falls? They might not understand what I'm pointing to because they don't share the same background as I do, right? And so that's where this is the other part of the idea. A noun is unique and well-known referent in a speech community. So if I talk to someone else who's in Canada and I say, oh, I want to visit the falls, they know what I'm talking about because we're sharing the background information. We grew up in the same country. So this idea of specific is not it's not a simple idea. What makes something specific? One, if you already know what I'm talking about, like when I introduce this book, I want to show you a book. Now I introduce it in specific detail. Runaway Horses by Yukio Mishima. Now you know a specific book. Now when I say, hey, I want to show you the book again, you know which one I'm talking about. I've already made it specific. So it's already specific against a background of a more inclusive whole, the possibility of 1 million books, right? But these two ideas have to work together, right? The background here that they're talking about is the speech community or the microculture, right? That's what makes it specific. If you and I are talking, just two of us, Maki, Milo's diary is Ryomi, sorry. Ryomi, you're Milo's diaries, right. If you and I are talking privately, just two of us, we are a speech community. We are a speech community of two people. So, if it's specific, it means you already know what I'm talking about. You have to already know what I'm talking about, right? So, the definition of specific depends on the context. The speech community context or the microculture context. And the context can be as small as two people. Two people is a speech community. Speech community, right? If you are married or have a long relationship, you know what I'm talking about when I say that you and your partner have a kind of speech community. You become a microculture. You have all kinds of expressions and terms that don't make sense to anyone else, right? Or nicknames for each other that nobody knows because you live in this kind of private relationship world, this private speech community. So when you're talking with one other person, you make something specific by introducing it. Hey, Ryomi, I want to show you a book. It's called, I want to show you a book. It's called Words of Farewell. The book is excellent. The book is interesting, right? Once I introduce a book and then give you details about it, specific details like the name, it transforms into a specific noun, right? And you and I know which one I'm talking about. You and I now share the background information. We share the specific noun. It becomes specific, right? Most textbooks, most teachers don't really explain that in much detail, right? Yeah, again, Square One is a proper noun, but it's the company name of the mall, right? It's like Niagara Falls, the city. Square One is like Yorkdale. It's the name of the company, the name of the corporation that owns Square One. Now, if you bring a stranger to Mississauga, where that mall is, and growing up, that was one of my favorite malls. If you bring a stranger there, you might say, I want to show you the Square One shopping center. That's totally fine because you're trying to make it specific for them, right? But Square One is the name of the place. And by the way, it's also a square. It's designed in a square. So it also kind of fits the category of, where were we? We had a category of squares. Times Square, Tiananmen Square. When we have a square design in a city, we call it Times Square or Tiananmen Square or Robson Square in my city. So the example of Square One kind of fits. No article, right? It's just the one is on the other side. Someone is saying, you are the language detective. Yes, well, thank you. Maybe I'm not the only one, but in our little speech community of followers of my show and people that I'm connected with on social media, my network, I think I'm the only language detective. In my network are lots of great educators like Anish from On the Spot, but we all do different things in education. With my video work, I am the grammar detective, right? It's my Halloween costume every day, right? Not hat time yet, but thank you. Hopefully you mean that in a positive way. My parents went to Niagara Falls, the city, for the wine and to eat lobsters, yes. Here's a little secret, all you people in Canada, lobster is a very beautiful, delicious food. It's really kind of cheap in Canada. Well, I wouldn't say cheap, but it's affordable. In some countries, it's really expensive. In Canada, it's not so expensive, especially as you move east. It's more expensive on the West Coast, less expensive in Toronto, and actually pretty cheap on the East Coast because that's where they fish it out of the water. So if you love lobster, come to Canada, go to the East Coast. It's pretty cheap. I'd love to know the name of that book, Maki. There are so many things around them. Yes, good. Maybe you can send me a message privately and let me know the title of that book. I'm always looking for new books to study. Ali says, I guess the article to underline is specifically. Yeah. The article is to point to something that you know is specific, the listener or the reader or the person you're talking to. It has to be specific for them, right? If I told you right now, let me show you the phone. Which phone? Or what if I said, oh, I want to show you the book or the monster? Okay, let's try that. Guys, I want to show you the monster. Paul, which monster? Well, this monster? Maybe. Ouch. This monster? Maybe. I don't know, there's several monsters in my room. So which one am I referring to? You don't know. But if I say I want to show you a monster, and then I show you one monster, and I tell you the name of this monster, King Ghidorah, from Japanese monster movies, now you know the monster. Now he becomes specific, right? Teacher, I grew up the Niagara Falls. No, not quite. You grew up in Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls is the city. Grew up in Niagara Falls. That's the name of the city. Or I grew up in Toronto. Where did you grow up, Ali? Ali, I grew up in name of the city. So the Everest is the highest mountain of the Himalayas, or just Everest. It's called Mount Everest. So remember the categories of geography we have. Where are we? Oh, I guess it's not on the list. But a single mountain is just called Mount Everest, Mount Baker, Mount Washington, Mount Seymour. That's one mountain. Okay? Everest is one mountain. But Everest is one mountain in a chain of mountains. So if you're talking about the range of mountains, the whole group of mountains, then we use the Himalayas, right? The Himalayas. It's a series of mountains. Everest is one of them, Mount Everest. So I guess I should have that on the list, but I don't. Sorry, guys. A single mountain is just Mount something. So in this case, Mount Everest is the highest mountain of the Himalayas. So the Himalayas is correct, but Mount Everest, or just Everest, because everyone knows Mount Everest is a mountain. Again, when we have conventional use and everyone understands it, we can also drop words. Let's get rid of this. It is great you are here. Well, thank you. I wish I knew your name, but thank you. Great questions, guys. Great comments. Really happy to hear everyone's got so many ideas and comments. Great. Guys, I think we are just about out of time. So I'm going to have to close the show. Let me tell you a couple things. Unfortunately, next week I will not be live streaming. I'll be streaming the following week. Okay, so put November 18 on your calendar. November 18th on your calendar, okay? Next week, I have an important engagement to attend, so I will not be live streaming. But also, I better clear the board for this. At this time of year, every year in Canada where I am, we change our clocks. It's called daylight savings time. It's a hotly debated topic that may change in the future, but twice a year we change our clocks. And there are some benefits to it because, you know, in the north of the globe, where I live, the seasons change and the lighting changes, the sunset changes. So what we try to do is save as much sunlight as possible. So right now, this show is 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Next week, it's going to be at 6 p.m. Pacific Savings Time. Okay? What that means is we pull our clock backwards by 1 hour. So whatever time it is in your country today, let's say if it's 10 a.m. What time did this show start, Maki? Maki, can you tell me? You're in Japan. Oh. Saying hello to Chieko Kitaoka. Hi, Chieko. Long time no see. Maki, you're in Japan, so when the show started at 6 p.m. my time today, what time was that for you? 10 a.m.? So I'm going to pull the clock back next week, and my 6 is going to equal 5. So what does that mean for you guys? I guess it means 9 a.m. Right? So next week, if you're in Japan or that time zone, it's going to be 9 a.m. for you guys, not 10 a.m. Does that make sense? Yes, so Ryomi said it's 10 a.m. in Japan, right? So 6 p.m. when this show started today was 10 a.m. But next week, it's going to be called 6 p.m. PST, but it really becomes 9 a.m. your time. So, my Japanese viewers, 9 a.m. next week. Okay, 9 a.m. If you're in Brazil, right now we have 4 hours difference. Next week we're going to have 3 hours difference. So, I know that's complicated. We'll get used to it. We'll figure it out together. "7 p.m. Oh, that's interesting. In Colombia. Yeah, okay. I think what I'll do then, guys, is I'll start at 5 p.m. my time so that it's the same for you. Yeah. If you like this time, that is. So if I change to 5, it will still be 10 for you, right? We can do that. Or do you want the show earlier? We'll have to experiment. Anyways, next week, no show. November 18th, we'll have another show. We'll come back to it, okay? Okay, next show, Friday, November 18th, not next week. And November 18th, I'll be answering a question sent to me by Miss Eni. So that's a good question. One more thing I want to mention to you. My fellow educator named Andrea, a good friend and colleague, has begun hosting a series of workshops called the Studio Joe. And this is Andrea. Oops, this is Andrea. She's a fabulous educator, and she's hosting workshops called Studio Joe. It's an English language workshop. And in that workshop, you'll be learning techniques that movie stars and actors use to develop their voice, to develop the way they perform the language, the way they speak the words in a movie or a stage performance. She's using some of those techniques to help English learners become more confident speakers. She'll teach people how to breathe better, how to stand, how to perform the language with emphasis and emotion and tones and stress. And it's all active. There's no desks, no tests or anything like that. It's a live workshop. Fantastic new project. And of course you have to be in Vancouver to participate. But if you're watching this live show or this recording and you're in Vancouver, catch this QR code and attend her next workshop. I highly recommend it. Okay? Well, guys, thank you very much for watching tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you again to Ryomi and Kenta for sending me the question. And again, guys, if you have a question, please email me a 30-second or less video with your question to hardboiledenglish6@gmail.com. Okay? Send me your question, and I'll build the show around it, and we'll investigate it together, okay? So I'd like to say goodbye. It's now 4 a.m. in Belgium, so yeah, that's late, Chris. Sorry. I think I'll change my time to 5. So Anish, if I'm doing my show at 5, it'll be 8 for you instead of 9. Okay, it's all very confusing to me. I'll have to work on that through the week. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the show tonight. Thanks for being with me here on Hard Boiled English Live. It's a pleasure and an honor to help you investigate the mysteries of English grammar every week. So I'm very thrilled about that. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Remember, if the show starts at 6 p.m. PST, it's going to be 11 a.m. Is that good, Ryomi? Or would you like it earlier? What's better for you? Because I could host it at 5, and which keeps it at 10 a.m. Let me know, guys. Okay, it's time for me to get going, guys. So I'm going to say thank you and good night. I hope you've learned something today about articles and definite articles, the. Please send me your video questions, and I'll build a show around them. Until I see you again, guys, which is in 2 weeks, have a good week. Take care, keep learning, and as always, stay cool. Thanks for watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hardboiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy and stay cool.
How was class today?
In Sociology 104, the professor talked about the culture and...
Who's
Wait, who's what?
culture?
Just like in general. I don't know, whatever.
Well, in my class, actually, very surprising thing happened. My classmate Lorena, she came to school with apple and introduced me.
Why is that surprising? Eating the apple for the lunchtime is pretty normal. You have one before.
What? No. Her friend. She has Canadian friend named Apple.
Then you should have said that.
I did. You just didn't listen. You never listened to me.
Come on, that's not fair. Okay, you met a girl named Apple.
She is from Vancouver and she is baker.
So, her name is Apple Baker? That's really the funny name.
No, her name is not Apple Baker Gee. Her name is Apple and her job is baker. Jeez.
I knew a baker in Brazil. He made excellent pão de queijo. That's the Brazilian cheese bread.
You mean there's only one?
Well, no. You know, sometimes you say I don't listen to you, but sometimes you don't listen to me either. I've been thinking, you know, your birthday is coming soon, and well, I didn't used to, but now I like cat.
Cat? You like cat?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be nice if we could share an apartment with cat?
What? Are you crazy?
Wait, what?
You have a crush on my best friend Cat? I knew it!
Of course not.
Now you deny it.
Waiter, please bring bill.
Right away.
You've totally got the wrong idea. I didn't mean your friend cat. I mean, she's the animal.
You really are crazy.
Hi, I'm the manager, Bill. How may I help you?
Making friends with someone from another culture can be wonderful and amazing. However, when both persons are learners of a shared second language, communicating and expressing clearly to each other can be a real challenge, especially when that second language is English. English is full of irregularity, inconsistent rules, exceptions to rules, and weirdness. I'm Teacher Paul, and in this series we're exploring these strange features of English grammar and the problems they can cause, even relationship problems. And in this episode, we'll look at a group of very small, yet very powerful words. I'm speaking, of course, about articles. And though they're indeed tiny words, they're essential for communicating accurately and clearly in English. In fact, they're so essential, using them incorrectly can mean the difference between an apple, a bill, and a cat.
Teacher Paul, I really need your help. My friend Aya is super angry at me. She thinks I'm in love with her friend named Kat.
That's a serious problem indeed, Guy. But first, before we go any further, please tell me you're not really in love with her. Friend, are you?
Of course not, teacher. I've never even met her. Besides, I would never do something like that.
Okay, that's good to hear.
I was gonna buy Kat, but now Aya is super angry at me, and I think I might never see her again.
I don't think it was a girl named Kat who came between you and Aya, nor do I think it was a pet cat.
What do you think it was, teacher? Please help me.
What I think ruined your date was English weirdness.
Really? Oh my god.
Don't worry, Guy, don't worry. Tell me what happened and we'll break it down. Let's see if I understand this. You told your friend Aya that in class that day you had talked about the culture?
And Aya didn't seem to understand me, teacher. It was weird.
Well, did Aya know which culture you were referring to?
Maybe. Come to think of it, maybe not. But I was referring to the culture we talk about in my sociology class.
Was Aya in that class?
No.
Then it seems to me that she would have no way of knowing which culture you were talking about. The information in word, culture, was new information. In that moment, you were introducing it to your discourse or conversation.
But teacher, how can I make it clear which culture I'm talking about?
That's the million-dollar question, Guy. We need a tiny little word with a lot of communicative power. It's called an article.
You mean like newspaper article, teacher?
Not quite, but you just showed us how in English, words can have different meanings, and that's part of this problem. The word article can indeed refer to a newspaper or magazine or website article. Or it can refer to a group of tiny but very powerful words. And it's these articles we need to look at here.
Articles, teacher?
They're tiny but powerful and essential in English. Unfortunately, the usage of them is fairly complex and involves several important irregularities and exceptions. But I'll show you a system to simplify their usage.
Are there a lot of words to memorize, teacher? I'm not good at this.
Fortunately, there are only 3 articles to know. Here they are: a, an, and the.
It's funny, they are such small words, but they cause so much trouble.
One confusing thing about articles that make them hard to learn, I think, are their grammar names. English students are often taught that the is called a definite article, while a and an are called indefinite articles. And I think this confuses learners. These 2 names suggest that the indefinite articles don't refer to anything in particular. Now, they might do so occasionally, but much of the time they do refer to something specific, or at least distinct from the other nouns. Consider these examples. Now you tell me, are these indefinite articles referring to something that is not particular or distinct?
Definitely not, teacher.
So I think, even though you find these terms in grammar books, they are misleading and confusing for learners. I think it's more useful to think of the purpose of all 3 articles as functioning to introduce nouns into your discourse. That's their purpose. Furthermore, as you just pointed out, these so-called indefinite articles do indeed refer to information that is particular and somewhat distinct, but new to your discourse. For example, culture was new to your discourse.
But culture wasn't new information, teacher. I studied all day in class.
But remember, you weren't alone in your discourse, and Aya didn't study it all day in class, did she? So for her, in your shared discourse, it was a new and unfamiliar topic.
So the question isn't how specific or definite the noun is, but how new they are in our discourse, right?
You've got it.
So what about the so-called definite article, the, teacher? What does it signal?
That's interesting. You just said, what about the so-called definite article? You used the correctly there.
Correctly?
Tell me this, The so-called definite article, is it specific or distinct?
Sure, it's distinct from the other nouns.
And is it new and unfamiliar?
No, you and I have been discussing it for several minutes.
Exactly. Within our shared context, our discourse, it is not new. Importantly, it is familiar to both of us. That's why you needed to use it correctly, and you did.
So teacher, when I was with Aya, which one of us used articles wrong? Me or her?
I'd say you both made some article errors. But this is fairly normal for two English learners with different first languages, trying to communicate to each other.
Why, teacher?
Your English discourse is like a bridge. Each of you begin on a separate side. That's your first language. But when you communicate with each other using English, you move across the bridge, trying to meet in the middle. The problem is, neither you nor Aya is perfectly proficient in English. Not yet. You're still learning, so you don't quite make it to the middle, to perfect understanding. But that, Guy, is your goal.
Okay, teacher. So now we know what articles do. How do we choose which one to use?
Good question, Guy. As we've just seen, articles are deeply related to the characteristics of the noun they attach to. The second thing is that every time you use a noun, you must decide whether or not to use an article. And if so, which one?
Teacher, that sounds like the decision making is a lot.
Maybe at first, but I'm going to show you a system that can help you make this decision, and it works. Most of the time. Now, this system will feel a little slow at first, but it's slow for native speakers too in the beginning. You'll get faster and faster, and eventually the decision making will occur quickly and unconsciously.
What kind of system?
I call it Teacher Paul's Amazing Article Accelerator.
Cool! Does it make articles go faster, like the particle accelerator atomic science used?
Not really. I just thought it was a cool name.
Teacher, you are the man.
Actually, Guy, I'm just a man. But thank you for the compliment. Well, this system doesn't actually accelerate anything, but it will help us decide if we need an article, and if so, which one.
It looks difficult, teacher.
I didn't promise you it would be easy, but it is effective, and that's more important.
I'm good to go, teacher.
With this system, we insert a noun, any noun, and the accelerator will process it. Let's try it with a noun. Say, culture. By the way, do you remember what a proper noun is?
Sure, teacher. Those are names of people, places, cities, countries, companies, school subjects, things like that. And they get a capital letter.
Exactly right, Guy.
Culture can be a school subject, but in class, we are referring to it as a concept, not an academic discipline.
Good. So, culture is not a proper noun.
But teacher, how do we know if it is a specific noun or not?
We need to judge that by context. Ask yourself this. Do you and the person you are communicating with mutually know which noun you are referring to? In other words, is it already familiar to both of you? Have you previously made it known? Do you guys share the noun and the context? For example, you and your friend Aya shared the restaurant context, but Aya wasn't in the same university class as you were, so she did not know about which culture you were talking.
So the answer must be no. It is not a specific noun. It is new to our discourse, but not familiar and distinct.
Okay, let's move it through the accelerator. Next stop, is it uncountable?
There are many cultures, so it's countable.
Right, but this word can have both countable and uncountable meanings. In your case though, your professor was speaking about culture as a concept, so it is uncountable.
Teacher, how can I know if a word is uncountable or countable?
It helps to think of countable objects as having boundaries. skin, walls, borders, edges, and uncountable nouns as being substances or materials without boundaries or borders. Or you can always check a dictionary. Now, let's try it with another noun. How about baker?
Okay, I thought baker was a name, but Aya made it clear that it's not. It's her friend's job.
Right. Baker can be a person's name, but not in this discourse context. Was it specific?
Well, in our context, the context Aya was talking about, it was unfamiliar, new to our conversation, and not really specific. So, no.
Next step. Was it uncountable?
Well, a restaurant or cafe could have 1 or 2 bakers on their staff. No, it was countable.
Next step. Plural?
Aya mentioned only 1, so no.
And does it begin with a vowel?
It begins with B. No, so we must get A. That means Aya should have said her friend named Apple is a baker. She also made a mistake.
That's the nice thing about relationships, Guy. Everyone in them makes mistakes equally. Well, we're men, so we probably make more.
Yeah, I know what you mean, teacher.
Okay, let's test another word. Let's try it with apple.
Okay, step 1. Apple is not a proper noun. Wait, Aya told me that she met a Canadian girl named Apple, which means it's a proper noun and gets no article. But I thought she meant the fruit apple.
Here's where English gets really weird, Guy. Some English words can be both a proper noun and a regular noun. And I think you know another example.
Oh my god, teacher. Cat!
That's right. You thought you were suggesting a pet cat to Aya, but she thought you were telling her you like Kat, her friend. Kat is a common short form of the name Catherine or Katerina.
There's a big difference between giving Aya a pet cat and being in love with her friend, teacher.
A huge difference. Guy, remember when you asked the waiter for Bill and the manager came? Let's test that noun.
You mean?
Yep. The word bill can be both a regular noun and a proper noun. The problem is, we identify proper nouns by the capital letter. But when you hear a word in a conversation, you don't hear the capital letter. So simply by listening, you cannot determine if the word is bill, the paper upon which is written your cost, or some guy named Bill.
So, we need the article to signal whether the noun is the object noun meaning or the proper noun meaning.
That's right. Now, in the mutually shared and familiar context of your dinner, which do you think it was?
Well, we're finished our dinner, and after dinner, it is pretty normal to ask the waiter to bring the piece of paper that tells you how much money you owe. That bill is not a proper noun, it's an object noun.
Good. Go ahead and put it through the accelerator. Next step. Was it specific and familiar?
Based on the context, we both knew it was time to pay and leave. So yes. So we should have asked for the bill, not Bill the manager. But with no article, Bill sounds exactly like a man's name. Because in speech, you can't hear a capital letter. Now I get it.
Exactly. And I have to say, the fact that the restaurant happened to have a manager named Bill was a pretty amazing coincidence.
Whoa, teacher. The article accelerator really is amazing.
It's pretty cool, but it isn't perfect.
Oh yeah, you said earlier that there were some exceptions that didn't work in the accelerator.
That's right, Guy. This is where things get a little weirder. Remember I said proper nouns don't get articles? Well, that's not always the case. Here is a list of proper nouns that actually do get a definite article, the, before them. Let's think of these as being members of topic groups. These are fixed and unchanging. So you just have to get used to them and remember, they're exceptions. And these nouns will not work in the accelerator.
Man, Teacher Paul, for such tiny words, articles sure can cause a lot of trouble for learners like Aya and me.
I'm afraid you're right, Guy, but don't worry. Keep practicing with the amazing Article Accelerator and you'll improve.
But teacher, why do learners like us make so many article errors?
Many learners' first language, such as Arabic, Russian, and Aya's Japanese, use no system of articles. And other learners' first language, such as Spanish, Norwegian, and your Portuguese, use articles, but in very different ways. To make things even trickier, in some languages like Spanish or Portuguese, nouns are either masculine or feminine, right?
Yeah, and depending on that, each need a different type of article.
Exactly.
But teacher, how can a language like Aya's Japanese have no articles? How can they know which cat is cat, which bill is bill?
That's a great question, Guy. Researchers debate this, but many agree that the Japanese language originated, at least in part, from ancient Chinese. And the Chinese language doesn't even use words in the same sense that English does. It uses ideograms, distinct characters that convey a complete idea. To make a sentence in Chinese, the characters are positioned in a sequence, juxtaposing one meaning with another one. They don't need as many connector words to connect them as English does. Their relationship implies a meaning, much of which also relies on the context. So, as the Japanese language evolved, it may have preserved some of these characteristics. As a result, speakers in a Japanese discourse are thus expected to be very sensitive to context. Your friend Aya is probably like this, sensitive to context.
And compared to her, I'm like totally insensitive to it. She must think I'm an idiot.
I doubt that, Guy. And in fairness, she might not be so sensitive to the Portuguese need for connector words and articles. But regardless of the characteristics of your first languages, to develop accuracy in English, you need to keep working on your article usage. Remember, for you and Aya, English is the communication bridge that links you. If you want to join each other in the middle, you both need to be sensitive to the discourse context and to each other. Be patient and enjoy the amazing experience of being able to get to know each other in a mutually shared language. And I think I know how you can smooth things over with Aya.
I'm ready, teacher.
Get her the cat.
Cool. Teacher Paul, I knew you could help me. You really are the man.
Well, that's nice of you to say, Guy. Okay, let's summarize.
But if you don't use any articles, you make every noun sound like a proper noun. And this can be very confusing.
Aya, wait, please. I'm sorry. I use English weirdness. What I meant was, I want to get you a cat, a present for apartment.
A cat? You mean not my friend Cat?
Totally not. I don't even know her. To me, she's completely indefinite, indistinct, and unfamiliar.
What?
Never mind.
Well, I guess a cat, huh? That's kind of sweet, Guy. Thank you. A cat? Really?
Really.
Was it really just English weirdness?
What was it you folks wanted to ask me?
Trying to understand English grammar is like trying to solve a mystery. English grammar is irregular, contradictory, and confusing. Fortunately, though, you don't have to walk these dark streets of grammatical confusion by yourself. I'm English teacher Paul Duke, and on this show I'll be your grammar detective. Each week, we'll investigate communication crimes and suspicious sentences, context clues and example evidence. Together, we'll solve these English mysteries once and for all. Welcome to Hard-Boiled English Live. Good evening, grammar gumshoes, and welcome to the show. This is Hard-Boiled English Live, and we are in Season 5. This is March 1st, 2024, the first show of the 5th season. Hard to believe, been streaming that long. I'm your humble host, English teacher and grammar detective Paul Duke, and I'm thrilled to be back with you again. Had a bit of a time off there for a while, did some traveling, did some resting, and now I am thrilled to be with you again for another season of the show. On this show, we investigate and hopefully solve your English mysteries. So I want to know from you what you want to learn about grammar. And today we're going to delve into a topic that's a little bit overdue. So tonight we're going to talk about an English mystery that someone gave me before, and I didn't have time to address it on the last show. I also want to mention a few things. I also want to say hello to everyone, which I'll get to in a few moments. If you haven't already learned, I recently changed to a new YouTube channel. So get out your phones, and if you haven't, subscribe to the YouTube channel using the QR code. That'll take you right to the YouTube channel. Or you can go to at the Grammar Detective 2, at Grammar Detective 2, and you'll find the same thing. The old YouTube channel had some problems with Google. So the new YouTube channel is problem-free, I hope, if everything works out. So please, I have to rebuild the channel all over again. So if you have already subscribed to the old channel, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to subscribe to the new channel. And this is where I'll be showing all the live streams. So please subscribe to the new channel. And this is where you'll find everything, including recordings of live streams that you may have missed. I'm currently uploading one every day so that there is a lot of material available for you. I'll say hello to everyone in a minute, but there's a few things also I want to mention. I'm going to start each show talking about things I've seen and noticed out there in the English world. It could be vocabulary, it could be social media, it could be related to grammar, it could be related to the way we're learning. And today I want to talk about two things. One is a vocabulary issue I see that people are having trouble with. And the other is a social media issue that I know many learners have commented to me about. Now, out there in the social media space, there are a lot of English teachers on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, if anyone still uses Facebook, I don't know. But there are a lot of English teachers out there. Some of them are excellent, and some of them are not. And I believe you learners deserve good information. When you watch or follow social media English teachers, I believe you deserve good information. Certainly in my content, I work hard to deliver good information for you. Accurate, solid, foundational English information. Not everyone does. There's something I've noticed in the world of social media English teachers that I want to mention today. I often hear some of these social media English teachers, or let's call them English influencers, saying things like, in English, we don't say this, we say this. Or, don't say this, we never say this. My question is, who is we? Who are they talking about? Are they talking about every native English speaker in the world? Does that include everyone in England, Scotland, Ireland, Canada, the USA, Australia, Zambia? Who are they talking about? Is it really possible that those millions of native English speakers across the world, across huge countries, all say the exact same things in the same way? Is it possible that they all pronounce words the same way? Who is we? Okay? This is ridiculous, and it's not accurate. Inside one country, for example, the USA, English usage differs from region to region, city to city. Canada's the same way. Big countries, lots of different uses of English language, lots of different pronunciations, lots of different accents. So who's this we these teachers are talking about? There's no single standard way to pronounce words or use words in English. English is a global language, and it varies. And also, across regions, yes, but also native English speakers differ in age. Teenagers speak differently than senior citizens. Young adults speak differently than middle-aged adults. For example, I heard one social media teacher claim that in English, we never say, text me. We always say, hit me up. Do we? Now, although it's true that some native speakers, especially young native speakers, might say, hit me up, it is definitely not true that all native speakers say, hit me up. I don't. I say, text me. Okay, so who is this we? It doesn't include me. So when an English influencer says, we say this, we don't say this, who do they mean? Who is we that they're talking about? I've actually seen some examples where they say, we always say this, and it's something I've never heard a native speaker say. Never. And I've been around for a long time. So when they say we, they certainly don't mean me. What these English influencers really mean is that they say that thing. They alone, one person, and they put it on their shoulders to speak for everyone. That's not reasonable. They don't have the ability to do that. They shouldn't be speaking for all native English speakers, okay? To do so is misleading for you guys. It hurts your ability to learn, right? So I'm against what they do there. I think it's wrong, I think it's misleading, and I think you guys should be careful when you see that kind of social media talk. We always say this, or we never say this. Maybe some of us do say that, okay? The important thing is, people speak a certain way because of the place they learned to speak in, okay? That person who says we, that English influencer who says we say it this way, maybe they say it that way in their neighborhood, in their city, in their part of the country. But maybe other people around them don't say that, right? Or maybe when they say we say this, they mean their age group, okay? But their age group does not represent everyone. This is a real problem. The important question for you guys is, which native English speakers do you want to sound like? Do you want to sound like a British speaker, a Canadian speaker? Do you want to sound like an American? Which American? From Atlanta on the East Coast or Seattle on the West Coast? What age? A teenager or an adult? Do you want to sound like Barack Obama or do you want to sound like Kanye West? These are the questions you should ask and decide which English you want to learn, which pronunciation, which accent, okay? So be careful with these English influencers. In the end, it doesn't matter what we say. It matters what you say. So keep studying. Okay, let's talk quickly about a vocabulary issue. Now, I've noticed a lot of people on social media and in my studies, in my teaching, in my classrooms, in my private lessons, when I see student writing, I see a lot of confusion and a lot of misuse of the word shift. A lot of people in the world are using the word shift, but they're using it incorrectly. They'll describe something like, I grew up in Mozambique, and then I shifted to the USA. Or, I grew up in India, and I shifted to the UK for studying. That's pretty weird. The correct verb is move. When you move your body or your life from one country to another, that's a lot of travel. That's a far distance. The verb is move, not shift. This is shifting. All right? When you shift something, you move it slightly in the same area, but slightly different position. That's shifting. I'm still in front of the camera. I'm still in the Hard-Boiled English studio, but I'm shifting my position. You can also shift in a chair, staying in the same chair, but moving your hips or your butt. That's shifting. Shifting is not moving from one country to another. That's far too much movement. The verb to use for traveling from another country to another, especially permanently, that verb is move. So stop saying shift. That verb doesn't mean that, right? It's got nothing to do with regional accent or pronunciation. The meaning of the word, if you look in the dictionary, is very different. Move and shift. Shift and move. Very different verbs. To move something is to move it from one place to another place. To shift is to move the position in the same place. Big difference. Okay, that's what I want to say to start the show, but let's continue, and I want to say hello to everyone, so let me bring up the screen, and I want to say hello to YS Tan is here from Malaysia. Suan has joined us. Thank you for joining us. We have Marta D is with us. We have Mr. Jonas Taleb from Morocco, I think. Yes, Jonas from Morocco. Thank you for joining us. We also have with us Tesfalam, I think. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. We also have Chris from Brazil. Welcome, Chris. Thank you for joining us again. Hopefully you're doing well. We also have Shakila Mumtaz from Pakistan. Welcome. I'm not familiar with you. You must be new to the show. Thank you for joining us. We have Sitara. Interesting. And where are you from? Yeah, let me just get a caption up here. Yeah. Tell me what country you're from, guys. We also have with us Chinu Rao. And I can't remember what country you're from, but perhaps you can share that with me. Ana Maria is with us from Colombia, one of my favorite places. I've spent some time in Colombia and loved it. Who do we have? We have Jonas again. Ana Maria is a grammar gumshoe. Yes, she is. You're all grammar gumshoes. Do you remember what gumshoe means? Does everyone know what a gumshoe is? Do I have a graphic? No. I thought I had a graphic. Yeah, here we go. A gumshoe is a detective. It's a slang expression for detective. Basically, if you think of a detective walking the city streets a lot, investigating, a lot of gum on the streets, especially in dirty alleys. There's gum on the streets. So because they walk around a lot in the city, they get gum on their shoes. It's an old expression, may not necessarily apply anymore. Who else is with us? Nice to see you. Yes, Ana Maria's here. We also have with us Ahmed. Ahmed Adel, great. Nice to have you with us. Guys, give me one moment. I'm just going to shut down my monitor here on the side. We don't want it to drain our internet. Ahmed says he is from Egypt. Egypt, welcome. Chinurao is from Oman, and it's 4 a.m. Thank you for staying up, or did you wake up to watch us? Either way, thank you. I do realize it's not always the most convenient time, but I've experimented with all the different times, and it's not perfect for everyone. No time is perfect for everyone. People who watch this show are all over the world, so there's no perfect time. In the end, I decide on this time because it's convenient for me. It's the end of my day, it's the end of my week. During the day, I have to work with my private students, so I don't have time to stream this during the day. So in order to consistently bring this show to you, I need to do it at this time. UAE, great. Thank you. By the way, guys, if you are feeling generous and you want to support the show, because the show does cost money to produce, you can donate $1 at the Buy Me a Coffee app. Just scan the code right here, scan it with your phones, pay $1, and the dollar goes to supporting the show. The show does have costs, so any help is appreciated. And again, don't forget to subscribe to my new channel. That also helps. And we'll get started with our English mystery in a moment. Anyone else joining? Yes. Sitara. Sitara is from Pakistan. Great. And a member of the WhatsApp group. Great. Thank you for joining. It's interesting, in the past, at the old YouTube channel, we had some different viewers. But since I've been hosting the Grammar Gumshoes WhatsApp group, I've met a lot of new learners out there, gumshoes, and I'm really happy that you guys have been able to join the show. And again, if the time is inconvenient for you and you can't watch live, don't worry. If you go to the YouTube channel, you can watch the recording tomorrow or whenever you wake up. I'll be posting it basically an hour after the live. Okay? Okay, guys, I'm going to clear the overlay here. Now tonight, I want to talk about a topic that has come up several times, and I know it causes a lot of confusion for language learners. So hopefully tonight we can clear this up for you. So this is tonight's English mystery. And what it is, let me just see if I can find the right question. Here we go. The answer to this question is going to answer a lot of questions, I hope. So this is a really good question. Someone asked me a couple of months ago, actually, what is the difference between direct speech and reported speech? Direct speech and reported speech. Okay, so tonight I want to explore this mystery. Okay, to do that, I guess I should get my raincoat off. And let's see what we can do here. Okay, now, in order to explain what direct speech is and reported speech is, we have to think about time. And we have to think about speech. What is speech? Well, speech is something somebody says, right? I'm sure you know that. It's obvious. And reported speech is when you report what someone has said. Seems obvious, right? But how do we do that? How do we report what someone else has said? In order to explain this to you this evening, I need help. So I'm going to go to the board and get a couple of helpers. Let's see what we have here. Maybe you guys can tell me who they are. Do you know who that is? Type it in the chat box if you know who this celebrity is. And then over here, I need another helper. So I'm going to ask this celebrity to help. Do you know who that is? I think I have to bring her down a little bit. So see if you can name who that is and who that is. These are American celebrities. Who are these ladies? They're going to help us with grammar. They're going to be our junior investigators. Okay, Jonas is already offering some grammar explanations here. Before that, Jonas, let's find out who these ladies are. Do you know? I know you know your grammar, but do you know your celebrities? Does anybody know who these are? Any fans? No? Okay. The first celebrity introduced over here is named Zendaya. Now, personally, I don't know much about her except that she's a film actress and she uses one name only. This young lady is Selena Gomez, and I believe she is a singer as well as a film actress. Okay? Now, when we talk about reported speech and direct speech, we also have to think about time. Okay? Before we get to that, what we're going to do is get help from someone else. Who do we have here? Oh, we have another celebrity. Do you know who that is? Does anyone know who that celebrity is? Another American celebrity. Yes, you are. You are a gumshoe. Welcome. Okay, this is Taylor Swift. The names will be important in a few minutes. You'll understand what I mean. That's Taylor Swift. She's an American singer and performer. Okay. Let's imagine that Selena and Taylor meet each other on Monday. Oops, let me bring that down. On Monday, they meet at a cafe. Okay, they're in Hollywood. They want to have coffee. They go for coffee at a nearby cafe. Okay? And Taylor says, "Hey, Selena, how you doing?" "Oh, hi, Taylor. I'm doing well. How are you?" "Oh, I'm doing great." And then Selena says this. Let's find it. Selena says, "I love Justin." Who's Justin, you might ask? Well, I guess it's this guy, Justin Bieber. Okay? Let's call him JB, Justin Bieber. So Selena tells Taylor, "I love Justin." Okay? Those are the words that Selena said to Taylor. Those are exact words. "I love Justin." That's Monday. But let's say on Friday, Taylor has coffee with Zendaya on Friday. Zendaya says, "Hi Taylor, how you doing?" And Taylor says, "Hi Zendaya, I'm doing fine. How are you?" "Oh, I'm doing good." "What's new?" Well, then Taylor says something she heard from Selena on Monday. Taylor says, "Oh, I'm doing great. On Monday, I met Selena for coffee." Zendaya says, "How is Selena?" And Taylor gives a report. Taylor reports to Zendaya what she heard on Monday. Very important. She heard this on Monday, and she reports it to Zendaya on Friday. So first of all, before the grammar, that's why you need reported speech. To report to someone else. To report to a friend what another friend said, what Selena said. That's why we need it. That's why we need a special grammar so she can report to Zendaya what Selena said. Zendaya says on Friday, "Hey Taylor, what did Selena say on Monday? Give me a report." There are two ways to do it. Here's one. Taylor can say, "Selena said," and said is a verb, right? Said is our verb. Selena is our subject. And you'll notice it's past tense. Why is it past tense? Well, because Selena is not speaking on Friday. Selena said in the past, right? Selena said something on Monday, not Friday. So this verb needs to be in past tense. This verb can be other verbs. It could be Selena explained, Selena mentioned, Selena claimed. You could even say Selena reported. Okay? Now remember, there are two ways that Taylor can report to Zendaya. Here is direct speech. Direct speech uses the exact words of the past expression, what Selena said. What did she say? She said, "I love Justin." She loved Justin, not loved, because on Monday it was the present. Direct speech uses those exact words. Selena said, "I love Justin." And because it's direct speech, if you write this, you need quotation marks, right? That's what you might see in a novel, for example, because a novel is full of dialogue, which is basically reported speech, direct speech. Selena said, past tense, what did she say? What words exactly did she say? She said, "I love Justin." I love Justin. It was in the present on Monday, but on Friday, those words still need to be in the present because they are quotes. These are her exact words. So Taylor is not going to change Selena's exact words. Selena said, "I love Justin." Now, when you write that, you can see the quotation marks, right? You can see them on my board. But when you speak it, you can't see them. So what do? There are two things. In order to use direct speech like this, in speaking, talking, you could do this gesture. Selena said, "I love Justin." You can visually gesture the quotation marks. Selena said, past tense, because it was Monday. You could even say, on Monday, Selena said, "I love Justin." Now, when she says, "I love Justin," it doesn't mean Taylor loves Justin. It means Selena said that about herself, right? So "I" does not mean Taylor. But it could be confusing for Zendaya. So direct speech is not ideal for spoken reports because Zendaya cannot see the quotation marks. Yes, Taylor can say, Selena said, I love Justin. But there's another way to report, and that is with reported indirect speech. This is better for writing because you can see the quotation marks that make it clear that these words, I love Justin, are Selena's direct quote. Okay? So let's quickly erase that and talk about indirect reporting. And indirect reporting can be a little confusing, and you'll see why in a moment. Okay, so direct reporting, direct speech, is a quotation, the person's exact words. Doesn't matter what they said or what the tense is. What matters is what the words they actually said. Okay. One second, guys. I see someone's joining our live stream here. Promoting something. Well, thank you, but no thank you. Okay, let's go back to our story here. On Monday, Selena and Taylor have coffee at a cafe. And Taylor says, Selena, how are you? What's new? Oh, I love Justin. Taylor goes, wow, that's cool. Great. I'm sure he loves you too. On Friday, Taylor Swift meets her other friend, Zendaya, at another cafe and says, Zendaya, how are you? Oh, I'm fine. How are you, Taylor? Oh, I'm good. I saw Selena last week on Monday. Oh, how is she? What's new with her? Now Taylor is going to report what she heard from from Selena about Justin. She's going to report that. Now again, she could say, oh, Selena said, I love Justin. But that's better for writing because you can see the exact quote. More common in speaking is reported indirect speech. Okay? Here's how you do it. Selena said, okay? We still need our subject, we still need our verb, and the verb is past tense because she said this on Monday, not today. And then we use a noun clause. Now, what's a noun clause? Well, it's a clause acting as a noun. And if it's a noun, it can be either the subject or the object of a sentence. Okay? So, what's a clause? A clause is made up of a subject and a verb, right? And we're going to use a clause because it has a subject and a verb. And we're going to use it as a noun. And because it's a noun, it could be the subject, Selena's a noun, or it could be the object. It could be the thing Selena said. We're going to do that. We're going to use the noun clause as the object, the thing she said. And here's how you do it. She said, we need a subject and a verb, What did she say? She said, Selena said, and we're going to connect it with a relative pronoun. She said that. Okay? Now, we're no longer talking about her direct quote. Now we're reporting it indirectly, which means one verb tense different. She said that she loved, I don't have any room, so I'm just going to say JB. She loved JB. She loved Justin. Selena said in the past that she loved JB. We have a subject and a verb. That's a clause. And the whole thing is a noun clause. So the whole thing is our object. subject, verb, object. That whole clause is the thing she said. She said what? She said that. But look closely. Loved is past tense. Why? Well, we have to think on two levels. We have to think about the meaning, and we have to think about the grammar. We know this is past tense because today is Friday, and Selena did not say this on Friday. She said all of that on Monday, right? So her saying is past tense. Why is that past tense? Well, here's why. Remember, Taylor is reporting it to Zendaya. Selena's not here. Taylor can only report what she knew to be true on Monday. On Monday, she loved Justin. What about Friday? We don't know. It is possible that on Friday, Selena does not love Justin. That's possible. Does Taylor know? No. Does Zendaya know? No. It's not clear on Friday. So she can't honestly say to Zendaya that Selena loves Justin. Grammatically, it's not possible because this was said in the past. And these are not her exact words. These are reported. So it's accounting for the time. Can you see that? That's reported speech. That's indirect speech. It's not exactly what Selena said. It's something different. This is what Taylor is reporting. So you take a noun clause and you put it in the past so that this is in the past and that's in the past. Now, most likely, Selena still loves Justin. It's possible on Friday. It's likely. But, you know, celebrities date each other and change and get divorced and married, and anything is possible. It is possible on Friday that Selena does not love Justin. It's possible, right? It's very possible. Taylor doesn't know. The only thing Taylor knows to be true is what was true on Monday. And that's what she's reporting. So she's honest. She's reporting honestly on Friday what she knows to be true, which is that Selena said that she loved JB. Now, in everyday speech, if it's only a few days difference, you can probably say this. Right? It's probably true still. It's probably true on Friday after Monday that Selena still loves JB. It's probably true. But we don't know 100%. So if you really want to be accurate, Taylor should say, well, I don't know about today, Zendaya, but I do know that on Monday she said that she loved JB, Justin Bieber. That's true, right? We don't know about today. The other reason we need this grammar is, what happens if this wasn't said on Monday? What if it was last year? Right? What if you're reporting what Selena said last year? Or 2 years ago? Hey, Taylor, what's new? What did you do 2 years ago? Oh, 2 years ago, I met Selena. And she said that she loved Justin Bieber. It's probably not true anymore. She probably has a different boyfriend. So we need this grammar because reported speech isn't always just reporting a couple of days ago. Sometimes it's reporting 2 years ago. Sometimes it's reporting 100 years ago, right? What did the Emperor of China say in the 14th century? Well, we need grammar to express that. In the 14th century, the Chinese emperor said that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's take this another step further. What do we need here? We need... Okay, Taylor's coming back. Let's say that on Monday, Taylor and Selena met at the cafe, and Taylor said, Hey, Selena, what's new? How are you? Selena says, oh, I'm good. Fine. How are you, Taylor? Oh, I'm good too. Hey, are you in love with someone? And Selena says, well, today, Monday, I don't love anybody. I used to love Justin Bieber. I loved Justin Bieber. What do we do then? What if Selena tells Taylor on Monday, let's get rid of that. On Monday, she says, I loved Justin. Right? I loved Justin. On Sunday, or Sunday or Saturday, she loved Justin. But on Monday, no more Justin. Right? Sorry, Justin. You're finished. Okay? Selena doesn't love Justin now. He's done. Right? Finished. He's past tense. How does Taylor report on Friday? Right? We said we use past tense here because on Monday it was present tense. Do you see the pattern? From present tense, we move to simple past. But now we're starting with simple past. What do we report? Well, we have to go one more past. Selena said, because that's Monday, so that's past tense, simple past. On Monday, Selena said, that's the same. She said that she, what is one more step in the past from simple past? Past perfect. I always say that in grammar, perfect doesn't mean beautiful. Perfect means past. Right? So if you have past perfect, it really means past past. Past past, two pasts. So this is simple past. Let's go into the past one more step. Past perfect. Selena said that she had loved JB. Right? Had, past, loved, past. Two pasts. She had loved JB, but no longer. No more Justin. Remember? Simple past. But when you report it, you have to go back even one more step. Because the noun clause, the thing she said that you are reporting, is not on Monday. She loved Justin before Monday. Right? Think about that. On Friday, what's past tense? Monday. But on Monday, Selena said, I loved Justin. That's before Monday. So in order to report that, Taylor needs two pasts. On Monday, Selena said that she had loved Justin. One more step in the past. Two pasts. So that's how Taylor reports to Zendaya what Selena said. And the beautiful thing is, she can speak this, and Zendaya can follow the tense, follow the grammar, because there's no quotation marks to see, right? So in speech, reported speech is more useful than direct speech with quotation marks, because we don't need to see the quotation marks. We can't see them when we speak, right? Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't, please ask me some questions. Now, Selena says, I loved Justin. But now I love, where is it? This guy. Maybe now she loves Leo. Right? So, because Selena dates so many guys, you know, it's hard to keep up with his grammar. I love Leo now. Selena said that she had loved JB, but now she loves Leo. So on Friday, the present tense is I love Leo. But that's what Selena says, not what Taylor is reporting, right? So reported speech is a way for one person to report what somebody else says in the past, right? Taylor heard Selena say, I love Justin. She heard that directly. They were together. So these are her direct words to Taylor. But when Taylor tries to report them to her other friend, we need special grammar for that. And we need special grammar because the past could be, we can report speech from a long time ago, right? That's reported speech. Oh, I want to say hello to Facebook user. I don't know who you are, but welcome. By the way, guys, if you watch this in a Facebook group, we don't get to see your name. That's why it's always better to watch on YouTube, because so Eunice is saying, can we say now referring to the past? No, because now means the present, right? So if Taylor is reporting what Selena said, we could say Selena said that she now loves JB, if we're going to use that simple present, if it's not far in the past. I guess it's possible to say now, if you really believe it's true on Friday. But the fact is, you don't know the truth on Friday because Selena's not here. The two girls are Zendaya and Taylor. Selena's not there, so Taylor doesn't know what is true on Friday. She's reporting what was true on Monday, right? So we have to be careful of using now. Now, I said now because I'm trying to communicate to you what's happening on Friday, right? I'm not saying that you should report it. Yes, I said she now loves Leo if she joins the party on Friday, right? If Selena meets the girls at the cafe on Friday, she can say, I now love Leo, right? But that has to happen. On Friday, Taylor doesn't know what's true. That's the fact. When it's only Monday to Friday, it's not a long time, not much changes, right? So this is very useful in storytelling. If you tell a story about the past and what people said to you in the past, you can use reported speech. Now, Monday is not the distant past, but your childhood is. What did your friend or your parents tell you when you were a child? What did your teachers tell you when you were a child? We need grammar for that, and that's what reported speech allows us to do. It allows us to report what people said to us in the past in a way that's true today, right? We don't know if Justin or if Selena still loves Justin on Friday. We don't know. All we can do is report what was said on Monday, what was true on Monday. Things change, right? They certainly change if there's a long distance between the times. Not much changes Monday to Friday, but if we're talking about Friday 2024 and Monday 2022, a lot has changed, okay? Oh, my good friend Tirath, an English teacher in Nepal, joining us. Hi Tirath, hope you're doing well. Hope your students are learning and studying diligently from you. We also have Jack Int 6. I'm not sure who you are or where you're from, but welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. So yeah, quotation marks. That's for direct speech, right? On Monday, Selena said, I love Justin. Now that's what Taylor says, I love Justin. But she doesn't love Justin, Selena does. So you need the quotation marks. And you can't see those in speech, right? So direct quotation is better for writing because you can see it. In speaking, we need something different, and that's what we use here, reported speech. Okay, great. Thank you for joining. I wish I knew your name and where you're from so I could say hello more politely, but welcome. Thank you for watching. So guys, that's reported speech. I think that's really all there is to it. The trick is this verb, right? Which tense do you use? It depends on which tense was said here, right? If it's simple present, you change that to simple past. If it was past tense, you change to past perfect, okay? Ah, Fatima, yes. Okay, great. Thank you for joining us from Morocco. I always love to see all the various places people are watching the show from. It's fantastic. The fact that we can come together from around the world and we can come together online like this and talk about grammar, for me, that's fantastic. You know, I also believe strongly that grammar is important. I talked earlier about various things English teachers say on social media. Some of them say grammar is not important. All you need to do is practice speaking and you'll be fine. And some of them say things like, oh, English native speakers never study grammar. Not true. They may not remember it because we study grammar when we're children, but we study grammar, for sure we do. We have grammar textbooks in grade 1, grade 2. We reviewed this in one of the last episodes. So when a native speaker tells you you don't need to study grammar, I think they're not being honest, to be frank with you. I believe they're not being honest. Yeah, we had a conversation club a while back, Conversation Cafe. Well, if this is Tirith, you will remember that. I do have a new platform on Podia, and my plan is to offer conversation class and club and cafe, whatever you want to call it, to private members. So if you want to join the private members club, scan the QR code into your phone, open it up, and sign into the members club on Podia. That's my website. All my information is there. All my media is there. My merchandise, right? We have Hardboiled English merchandise. We have t-shirts, different colors, women's sizes, men's sizes. What other products do we have there? We have cups, right? We have coffee mugs, coffee cups, whatever you want to call them. Cell phone covers, shirts in all different styles. We have this logo here on t-shirts. We have all kinds of products. Book covers, all kinds of fun stuff. Now, the members club, there are different membership levels, including paid memberships. If you want private classes with me, you can join the paid membership. But the basic membership is free. You just have to sign in, and you have access to a chat room, a forum, updates on all the information, and soon, regular conversation cafe. So, Tirith, make sure you're a member. I think you are. I can't recall. But sign up for that, because everything will start happening there soon. I've gotten rid of my old website. Live stream, Zoom meetings will all be in that Podia platform. Okay, so guys, that's reported speech. Hopefully that was clear enough. It's a kind of grammar that people have trouble with, but I believe it's not that complex. And hopefully this helps you understand how you use it, right? Remember, what you're doing is you're reporting what someone told you on one day in the past, and you're reporting it to someone else today or at a future time, right? So we need grammar for that. We need a specific structure. So I'm going to say that the case is now closed. Case closed on reported speech. If you have other questions about reported speech, we can talk about that in the future. And we have a comment here. Suwan says, some even say grammar is overrated. Well, now look, grammar is essential for learning a language, any language, but English among others. if you don't believe grammar is important, I would say try learning a language with no grammar. Try using a language with no grammar. You'll talk nonsense, right? It won't make any sense. Grammar is the structure through which we express meaning. No grammar, no meaning. Bad grammar, bad meaning. Confused grammar, confused meaning, and your listener won't understand you. However, I think a lot of teachers get confused. They observe, and I don't disagree with them, I agree, the education system in some countries, in some places, puts too much emphasis on learning grammar. They teach students only grammar. That's a problem. You can't learn a language with only grammar. Grammar is a part of the language. It's the architecture or the structure of the language. But the language is also a skill built on reading, writing, listening, speaking, vocabulary, right? You need to learn all of it and put all the parts together. That's how you develop a language skill. So I don't think you can learn English only by grammar, and I've never said that, right? I don't do this live show because I think grammar is the number one most important thing. I do a grammar live show because I like grammar. It's fun for me. And I love to help students understand it better. That's why I do grammar-focused live stream, and that's why I have a grammar WhatsApp group, because I enjoy teaching grammar. Not because it's the most important thing. I don't say that it's the most important thing. In fact, I don't believe there is a most important thing. I don't believe speaking is more important than writing. I don't believe listening is more important than reading, or reading is more important than listening. I don't believe any of that. I believe it's all important equally. You need all those parts to put together to form a language skill. So you got to study all of them. In fact, if you're asking me what's the most important thing, is study and practice. That's how you learn a language. You study, you learn, and then you practice it. And you need to practice speaking and writing in order to really develop English skills. So some say grammar is overrated. I think grammar is over-focused on in some education systems. That's true. I think grammar is essential. You cannot develop a language without it. Now, there are many ways to learn it, right? There are many different ways to learn grammar, but you need to learn it somehow. Otherwise, the language you speak will be garbage. You don't want that. You want to be understood. You want to be able to communicate the idea you have in your brain. You want to communicate that to someone clearly and precisely. I mean, that's your goal, isn't it? So I know what you mean when some people say it's overrated. Some teachers say it's overrated. I know they say that, and I've even heard teachers say, we don't need grammar at all. I challenge any of those teachers to use a language without grammar. It's impossible. And the ones that say that are usually teachers who already have grammar. So it's easy for them to say that you don't need it. I've taught a lot of students for a lot of years, and I've never seen a student really develop their English skill without focusing some effort on the grammar. There are different ways to do that, but you have to do it. So that's my thoughts on grammar. And that's why I have this show, because I want to help you with grammar. And one of the best ways to learn grammar, I believe, is to use the language on your own during the week, and then suddenly something confuses you. Suddenly you have a question about something you heard, or something you said, or something someone told you, and it doesn't make sense with what you've already learned. So you have a question. And I call that an English mystery. And you want the answer to that question. That's what this show is for. To solve that mystery that you encountered. Okay, so I don't choose the topics for this show. You choose the topics for this show. Okay, so whenever you encounter some part of English that doesn't make sense to you, make a note, send me a question, and we'll answer it on the show. Okay, that's how this works. I answer your questions. I don't know which what parts of English mystify you until you tell me. And when you tell me, I will give you an answer. That's what I do. So the English mysteries we solve on this show are yours. And everyone's got different English mysteries because everyone encounters different problems or confusing communications. Everyone has different knowledge. Everyone has learned differently, right? And depending on what you've learned and how, some things might be clear and some things might not be clear. Yeah, well, vocabulary is essential. Without words, you're saying nothing. So the easy answer, Jonas, is yeah, vocabulary is essential. And when you learn vocabulary, you learn the meaning of the word. That's one thing. But you also learn the part of speech. And I always recommend when you learn one word, let's say the word, I don't know, happy, and you look it up in the dictionary, what does happy mean? And it gives you the definition, the meaning. Don't stop there. Learn the different parts of speech form of that word. Happiness, happier, the comparative form, right? Happily, the adverb form. Learn all the parts of speech so that you can use that same word in the different parts of the sentence, right? So yeah, vocabulary is essential. And by the way, English has one of the largest vocabularies of any language in the world, and it's constantly growing. So there are a lot of words to learn, okay? And the beautiful thing about vocabulary is sometimes you can take one word and replace a whole sentence, right? The one word could mean the same thing as the whole sentence. So you could replace the whole sentence with one word. And then your communication is more direct, more clear, more precise, because it only took one word to deliver the communication, right? So I think vocabulary is essential. It's part of learning a language. Ah, my friend Wilson from Ecuador is here. Great. Ah, I see, Wilson. I understand. No problem. Well, you study hard, and you can always watch the recordings afterward, right? So yeah, back to this question, Jonas. Yeah, vocabulary is necessary because words have different meanings and they have different functions in a sentence, right? They do different jobs, I like to say, right? A verb does something different than a subject or a noun. Function is part of grammar structure, and words and parts of speech have different functions and meanings, right? That's the other thing about language. Grammar interacts with meaning, right? We talk often about a triangle, and the triangle is made of form, which is grammar, meaning, and use, the way we use this in a communication. And these three things are always working together. Form, meaning, and use, always working together. We can't separate them. That's how a language works. All languages are it's kind of a dance, a balance between form, meaning, and use. Form, meaning, and use. It's always working together. Okay? Well, guys, I believe it's about time to go, so I will say good night. This is the first of season 5, so it's been wonderful to be with you again. Thank you very much for watching the show. I really appreciate meeting new viewers that have joined the show for the first time, and old friends like Wilson from Ecuador, Tirath from Nepal, Chris from Brazil, Jonas from Morocco, people that have watched the show for a long time. In fact, Wilson, Chris from Brazil, and Tirath have been watching since 2020 when I first started streaming this show. Where do we have those people? Yep, Maria Cristina from Brazil. She's one of my very first viewers in 2020. So I appreciate you guys coming back. And ultimately, just let me remind you about the new YouTube channel. Everything is going to the new YouTube channel. So that is always the best place to watch the show. The picture quality is better on YouTube than Facebook. And if you're on YouTube, I can see your name when you comment. So please subscribe to the new YouTube channel. And also, please share it with your friends. Right? When I post the recording or when I post the live link, just click share. Share it with your network. My goal with this show isn't to make money. My goal with this show is to help learners. And there are a lot of people out there who need help with their grammar. So please share. Help me make this show popular with learners who want to learn about grammar. Help me help them, right? I can't do this show by myself, right? I need your help. So please share this on your networks. Tell your friends about the show. But most importantly, subscribe to the YouTube channel, The Grammar Detective. All right? So I will say goodnight. For those of you just joining now, Anna from Indonesia. Yeah, understood. And I will see you next week, guys. Same time, same day from now, Fridays at 4 p.m. Pacific time. I know that's a strange hour for many of you, but that's what we have to deal with. That's the challenge of working together in places around the world. Okay, so thank you very much for joining me this evening. It's been a pleasure and an honor to help you learn English and develop your grammar skills. So until I see you next week, guys, take care, keep studying English, and as always, stay cool. Thanks for watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hardboiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy and stay cool.
Vivian, oh my God, I'm so not believing you.
Sorry, babe. Where'd you go?
I'd rather not. I barely just got home from my bar shift.
What?
Oh well, go to the gym. I can. I have to get some rest. Can what?
Actually, Vivian, I think it is time we're talking about some of your habits.
No, we're not. Wait, my habits?
When you first moved in, you told me that every day you are studying, that you're reading, that you're going to school, that your favorite hobby was reading. I thought a nice quiet girl was moving in, but I'm working nights now, and you're always disturbing me. You're always waking up early, you're exercising, you're training, you're lifting weights every time. You're jumping in the living room.
What are you talking about? I'm finished. Besides, they're cool squads, Camila. Jeez.
What? No. And worst of all, you're leaving me your dishes.
What are you talking about, Camila? When I moved in, you clearly say that wash the dishes was your duty. Mine was do the laundry.
Was what?
Do the laundry.
See? You're being bossy again. I'm always the one who's shopping. I'm cooking. I'm organizing the apartment. I'm paying all the bills. I'm cleaning the bathroom. I'm organizing the fridge. I'm even helping you with your accounting homework. And now I'm washing the dishes too? It's not fair.
What role are you living in, Camila? You're not doing any of those things. You're standing right there.
You know what I'm meaning.
Oh, wait. I get it. This is about LA, isn't it? You're still mad that LA loves me, not you.
LA? This has nothing to do with LA. I'm so not loving LA. He's like not even that good looking.
Yeah, right. Last month you told me LA was better than Zac Efron, Shawn Mendes, and all the BTS guys mixed into one hot super hot.
Don't be changing the subject, Vivian. We have to be making a new routine.
I'm not changing the subject, Camila. What I am doing is, I am leaving.
Habits, routines, responsibilities. They're essential for our lives. They free our minds and our time to focus on daily complications. However, problems can arise when we share our life with others because each of us has our own unique habits and routines. And sometimes these clash. This is especially true when communication breaks down. I'm Teacher Paul, and in this series we are exploring strange and confusing aspects of the English language. And in this episode, we'll try to resolve the communication breakdown between Camila and her roommate Vivian. We've got our hands full though, because to resolve the standoff between these besties, we'll have to do more than just wash the dishes. We'll have to clean an entire apartment full of English weirdness.
And now my roommate's angry at me and I'm worrying that she will move out of my apartment. I am just not understanding her.
It's pretty clear she doesn't understand you either.
But Teacher Paul, Vivian can be like so bossy.
Maybe what each of you said and what each of you meant were out of sync.
So now Vivian hates me because of my bad grammar? Jeez.
Tell me something, Camila. Do you want Vivian to move out?
No, teacher. Vivian is my bestie. I am so wanting her to stay. But I am needing her help with the house routines.
Well, if that's the case, you and your bestie had better get your expressions and your meaning better aligned. Let's take a look at some of the things you and Vivian said to each other. For instance, you told Vivian, "You are every time jumping in the living room."
And Vivian said she was finished.
Well, actually, Camilla, she was right. She had finished at that point.
But I didn't mean like then. I meant like always, her habits.
Okay, in this sentence, identify the parts for me.
Well, you is the subject. Are is the verb. No, jumping is also the verb. Every time is an adverb.
Let's focus on the verbs then. Tell me about tense.
Well, are is present tense. Jumping is, I don't know, the ing verb?
Yes, it's called progressive form or aspect, sometimes called continuous. Same thing. A progressive verb form expresses the idea that a single action progresses or continues across time. Think of it this way. It's like a brief single action gets stretched out across time, so that any time you look at it along this length of time, you see the action.
Okay, it is present progressive, kind of present tense. So why is this weird, teacher?
Tell me something. If I put my finger along the timeline like this, is the action in progress? Is it happening in that moment?
Yes.
And now?
Sure, the action is still happening. Anywhere you place your finger on the timeline.
A progressive action is an action that is in progress or in the middle of happening at any given moment across a period of time, right?
Right.
Then this is not a single action that can happen in the flash of a specific instant. It is an action that is stretched across a given moment of time. Here, the given moment is the present.
Okay.
Tell me this, when you said this, at the present moment you said this, where was Vivian and what action was she doing? In other words, if we freeze time and look at that moment in time, what action would we see happening?
So drinking was the action.
Exactly. We wouldn't see Vivian jumping, we'd see Vivian drinking.
Her jumping really was finished. She was right.
You also said, "Now I'm doing the dishes too." When you said this, where were you? And what action was happening at that exact moment?
Vivian was in the kitchen. And I was...
Uh-huh.
So that means I should only say I'm doing the dishes when I am in that moment?
Exactly. Vivian was drinking the water, not jumping. And you were lying on the sofa, not washing the dishes. Neither of you were doing what you were saying you were.
It really is weird, teacher.
Frankly, Camilla, this is one of your habits.
Come on, teacher. I'm so not believing you. I don't have such a habit.
All of these expressions are in the present progressive form, right?
Okay, so yes, they have the be verb in present tense and the action verb with the ing attached.
And where were you and what was happening when you said this? All of it.
At that moment, I was lying on the sofa.
Right. And by the way, notice what you just said, Camilla. You said, "I was lying on the sofa." You changed the be verb into the past tense to express that this progressive action happened in the past, before our shared now.
Is it wrong, teacher?
No, you accurately changed the tense of present progressive into past progressive. You see, on the timeline, now is represented by the y-axis. But this now can change. It can be a specific time in the past or a specific time in the future. Whatever now your meaning refers to, the progressive simply shifts and the be verb changes tense.
Right.
We need this flexibility to refer to all the different types of single moments we actually experience in our lives, in which actions are in progress at any point in time.
Yeah, something is always happening.
Now, most verbs can be used this way, but there are a few that should not be used to express a progressive meaning. Here's a few that you might recognize.
Is there something wrong with these verbs, teacher?
Well, look, the verbs are fine, but when you use them in progressive form, they become a little weird.
Oh my God, teacher. I made so much weirdness.
The important thing is to improve on it. Here's the problem, Camilla. What actions do these verbs express?
None of them seem like actions, teacher. More like feelings.
You're right. And we said that progressive is a way of stretching single actions across time to express that they are in the middle of happening. But these are not single actions that start and end at specific times. These verbs express states of being, states of existence, and all of them already contain a meaning of time in them. For instance, can you love someone, say LA, and stop loving them all in a single action?
I can't stop thinking about you. Hope you never ever leave from my side. I can't stop thinking about you. Hope you never ever leave. You kill the lies, we come to life.
Teacher, come on. I never loved the guy. I liked LA at first, but a few weeks after I met him, he asked Vivian out. So no, I liked him across time.
So after some time, you switched off your affection for LA, right?
I so moved on, teacher. So state verbs have time inside them already.
Exactly. They already have time built into their meaning. So if we stretch these verbs across time, nothing is gained. It's redundant.
Oh, teacher, I've seen a fast food ad that says, "I'm loving it." Are you telling me this is English weirdness?
Well, advertisements have no obligation to use accurate grammar. Their purpose is to get your attention. And sometimes they use bad grammar to do this.
I guess for a teacher like you, seeing a bad grammar like that must really make you sick.
Well, weird grammar is cool because we can learn from it and improve on it. But disgusting and unhealthy fast food is so not cool.
So I guess we shouldn't rely on ads and TV commercials to learn English.
Yeah, please don't. There's another shade of meaning or nuance of this grammar that we need to look at to really understand what went wrong between you and Vivian. What are you and I doing right now?
We are standing in your classroom.
Good. And that's the correct usage of the present progressive form. It means that if someone came into this room right now, they would see us standing here. Our action would have already started and be in the middle of continuing or progressing into the near future, right?
Right.
But when did we begin this action?
A little while ago. In the past. But not distant past. Recent.
Good. And what about the future?
Come on, teacher. You are not thinking we'll be here forever, are you? I so have important things to do. Go,
I'm sure you do, Camilla, and that's my point.
Wait, you mean progressive actions last into the future, but not too long, right?
That's right. They begin in the past, extend into the future, but they're temporary.
Whoa, that is a cool insight.
Present progressive communicates that a temporary action is happening right now or whenever that now is. But you wanted to talk to Vivian about her habits, single actions she constantly does that bother you. But these are actions that she was not doing at that moment. And, most importantly, habits, routines, and general truths and facts are not temporary, are they?
No, they're like permanent.
So you were using the wrong grammar for this communicative purpose.
Whoa. Okay, teacher, but what verb form should I use to describe habits or the housework routines Vivian and I set up?
Well, now we know that present progressive actions are always temporary. But some actions are sort of permanent parts of each of our lives. They happen all the time, often, usually, or even just at regular times. These are single actions that happen again and again and again.
You mean like habits?
But it also fits into a category of communicative meaning we can call general truth. So what form of the verb should we use?
I really don't know. I thought it was present progressive, but now I know that was wrong. So I don't know what other verb form I can use.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you do. In fact, you just used it.
I did?
Yeah. What verb form did you use here?
It's in present simple, or base form, right?
I just used a similar form when I said, it fits.
I see it now. It fits. It's a general truth, a sort of fact.
Let's test it. Would it sound right to you if I said, it is fitting into a category we can call general truth? Or, I am not knowing what other verb form I can use. Would that sound right?
Maybe before, but now it sounds weird to me. Because these actions are not temporary. They're more like permanent, general truth, and fact.
And, in a similar way, habits and routines are actions that are generally true or factual, right?
Yeah, like it is generally true that I work night shift at the bar.
Good. So now we know. This is how we express a general truth or fact, with simple present. And this applies to scientific facts too, like exercise improves your health, or it rains in Vancouver.
But teacher, rain's not a habit.
In a way it is. Think about it, Camilla. Who or what makes the rain?
Well, I'm Catholic, so I guess God makes the rain.
And what if you're not religious?
Then you believe the natural atmosphere produces the rain.
Good. Either way, it's God or nature's habit, right? They do it all the time. So this idea of regular action or habit, routine, or general truth applies consistently.
Yes, I get it now. Like, it is not scientific fact, but it is generally habitually true that Vivian jumps in the living room and leaves me the dishes.
Okay.
Almost every day too. So that means I should have told Vivian, you always wake up early, exercise, jump up and down, make noises, and leave me the dishes.
Well, yes, grammatically speaking, that is the correct choice. However...
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of general truths or routines, you said that Vivian is like so bossy.
She is, teacher.
Why do you think that?
She always tells me what to do. Do the laundry, work out now, go to the gym now. And she's always posting Instagram posts that tell everyone what to do.
And what makes you think these are orders or commands?
Because she begins her sentence with the verb.
That's called the imperative. And what form is the verb in?
Base form. That's weird.
It is, but I don't think Vivian means to give orders when she uses the verb this way. It seems to me that she is trying to tell you, or her Instagram followers, what she's doing in that specific moment.
Then she should say or post, I am going to the gym, or I am working out now, or I am doing the laundry, or I am lifting 35 kilograms now.
That's right, but in English we often look for more concise or shorter ways to express things, especially on social media. And since we know exactly who is doing the action, because you're looking at a specific person's account, we can drop the subject and auxiliary be verb, but keep the progressive verb form.
So Vivian should say, going to the gym now, or lifting 35 kilograms now, or doing the laundry now.
And her grammar error made her sound like she was giving orders and being bossy.
But really, she wasn't.
You both confused each other.
So all of these means that present progressive never means habit, routine, or general truth or fact. And that present simple never means an action happening in that moment. Each verb form has its own specific meaning.
Exactly, Camila.
Whoa.
And speaking of general truths, isn't it also true that you told Vivian it was your job to wash the dishes? That it was going to be your housework routine or habit?
I did.
Is this a generally true statement about your habits?
No, teacher. It is not true.
Uh-huh.
Camila complains about Vivian's habit but doesn't wash the dishes.
So why did you change the routines you guys had set up? Why did you stop washing the dishes and expect Vivian to make them part of her routine?
I don't know. Guess I got busy with work. I got tired and began neglecting my own housework routine.
And you blamed Vivian for something you were supposed to do. It seems to me like you were mad at her about something else.
Teacher?
Were you really jealous about this guy, LA?
Teacher, honestly, I'm not jealous about LA. I'm happy for Vivian.
Uh-huh.
I guess what I'm really jealous about is that I'm always tired from working and Vivian's so healthy and fit.
Congratulations, Camila. You're correct in both ways. You correctly use simple present to say, Vivian exercises so often. And that is certainly her habit, not a present progressive action happening right now and temporarily.
What's the second way?
You said, I really feel jealous of her being so healthy and fit. This tells me that you're being honest about how you feel. Isn't this why we should try to express what we mean to say as precisely as we can?
You know, Teacher Paul, speaking of habits, your habit is you ask us questions. But like you are the teacher, why don't you just give us the answers?
Learning isn't simply memorizing my ideas for a test. Learning means developing your own ideas about the information you absorb. By answering my questions, you activate your own critical thinking. This type of active learning, especially with languages, is much more powerful than passive learning, where you sit there listening to me talk, barely awake, memorizing my words. My goal is always to help you better understand English grammar so that you can say more precisely what you mean.
Teacher, Vivian is my best friend. I don't want her to move out. I just want the dishes to get washed.
Well, now that you understand the errors both you and Vivian were making, you can help her communicate more clearly too. One way or another, the dishes have to get washed.
Right. It is not possible for dishes to have a habit.
Okay, Camilla, let's summarize.
So I was describing present actions happening right now instead of describing our habits and routines. Whew.
It's okay, now I know I was giving you orders when I didn't mean to.
We both made English weirdness and got each other angry for nothing. You know you're my bestie, right?
I'm sorry I always worked out in the living room.
It's okay. Lying on the sofa too much was my habit, but not anymore. Thanks to you.
Okay, Spring!
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What?
Never mind. Come on.
Trying to understand English grammar is like trying to solve a mystery. English grammar is irregular, contradictory, and confusing. Fortunately, though, you don't have to walk these dark streets of grammatical confusion by yourself. I'm English teacher Paul Duke, and on this show I'll be your grammar detective. Each week, we'll investigate communication crimes and suspicious sentences, context clues and example evidence. Together, we'll solve these English mysteries once and for all. Welcome to Hard Boiled English Live. Good evening, Grammar Gumshoes, and welcome to Hard Boiled English Live. It is March 12th, 2024, and I'm thrilled to be here with you once again. I'm your humble host, English instructor and grammar detective Paul Duke. And on this show, I investigate and solve your English mysteries. This evening, we have an excellent, fascinating, enigmatic, mysterious grammar question. Now, you know, a lot of times new viewers of the show join us and ask questions that we've already answered on previous shows. We've been doing this for 3 or 4 years now. And in that case, I'll refer that person to the recording on YouTube of that episode on which I answered that question. However, this evening we have a question asked of me that has never been asked before on the show. So whether you're a longtime viewer or a brand new viewer to the show, we have a fascinating question to address this evening. An amazing English mystery. So stay tuned. We'll get to that shortly. In the meantime, I'd love to hear from you guys. So please say hello in the comment thread and tell me where you're watching from. We already have Suan from Malaysia with us. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for all your support and help in sharing this show with our viewers around the world. But please say hello and tell me where you're watching from. And before we get going, guys, I have a couple of things I want to share with you. A couple of thoughts. I like to start the episode with some thoughts. Now, you know, I look at social media just about every day. I don't spend a lot of time on it. I've got other things to do, such as teaching my students. But I do check in on it because I'm always interested to see what other English instructors and educators around the world are doing. I respect everyone for trying to share their English knowledge with their viewers and their learners around the world. The more education, the better, in my opinion. There's room for every type of English teacher. Obviously, some are better than others, and that's up for you guys to judge. Now, I would say this. There are some social media English teachers who will tell you things like, learning English is easy, or learning English is fast, or they'll say, you can learn English the easy way, or I guarantee you will be fluent in 3 weeks. These kind of English teachers are offering an easy and fast solution to learning your English. I'd be very, very careful, very suspicious of those kind of teachers. I'll tell you why. I've taught English for many years. I myself have studied other languages. I learned French, I studied Japanese, and I can tell you, and you probably already know this in your heart, learning a language is not easy. No matter what you do, it's not easy, and it's not fast. And the reason is simple. Every language is incredibly complex. Every language has thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of words to learn. You can't do that quickly. You can't do that easily. Usually, some English teachers actually are born with a special talent for language, and they may be able to learn English quickly because they have a talent for language, just like some people have a talent for math, some people have a talent for art, some people have a talent for music or sports. Language teachers often learn languages themselves quickly. But that doesn't mean most learners can. For the vast majority of language learners, learning a language is a long, challenging, difficult process. And that's okay. Truly, it's okay. It's okay to do difficult things. In fact, I would say for adults, everything is difficult. Life is easy for babies when they're falling on the floor and crawling around and asking mommy to feed them. Those easy days are over once you're an adult. Adults understand that everything in life is difficult. The only question you should be asking is, what do I need to do to get the result I want? And the same with language. Instead of asking teachers, hey teacher, how can I learn English fast? Because I have an exam next week. Well, you're not going to learn a language in a week. Or, teacher, learning is so hard. What's an easy way? Give me some easy tips. Instead of asking those questions, ask this question. Teacher, how can I effectively learn English? how can I become not fluent, but proficient, so that the language that I do speak or read or write is accurate, expresses the ideas that I want. That's proficiency, the ability to clearly and precisely communicate. Fluency is the ability to produce lots of language easily without pauses and hesitations. And that's part of it. That's a good goal. But fluency with no proficiency is nonsense, right? I can choose any language, learn 10 words, and then babble them really quickly and say I'm fluent. But until I master proficiency, the accurate use of grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, all of those elements put together, used properly to produce the effective result, that's proficiency. Until I do that, I'm just talking nonsense. So instead of asking how can I learn quickly, or how can I learn fast, or how can I learn easy or easily, ask how you can learn effectively. What are the effective strategies for learning? That's going to help you far more than learning how to do something fast or easy. Because here's the fact. When teachers tell you you can learn fast or you can learn easy, what they're really doing is telling you if you buy my program or if you hire my teaching, I promise you fast and easy results. That's a lie. Be very suspicious of that. They're trying to sell you a product or a service, okay? Because the truth is there is no easy or fast way to learn a language. It takes a long time and it's very challenging unless you have a mystical born talent. And a few people do. And often they become teachers. But it doesn't necessarily mean you will. So be very careful with that kind of social media educator, okay? Their heart's in the right place. But I believe they're selling you something that doesn't exist. And it won't help you. Instead, learn thoroughly. Take your time. Make learning English a part of your life, right? Make it a daily part of your life, a little bit every day, throughout your life, and you'll become more proficient and more fluent, all right? Study. Studying's hard. There are many, many ways to study. Watching YouTube videos, watching my live stream, reading books, talking with native speakers, talking with learners. All of that combined will help you learn, okay? But there's no one way better than the other. There's no magic formula for this, all right? So be very suspicious of those kind of teachers who promise you fast and easy. I can guarantee you it's well, I don't want to say guarantee, but I would say 99% of the time it's not going to happen. You'll spend money on them, you'll hire them, and you'll just end up having to work hard for a long time on your language. And you'll forget that they promised fast and easy results. Beware of fast and easy results, okay? Now, let's get back to business. Let's see who's with us tonight. We have Lestari, Nepal. Hello. We have Araceli with us from Mexico, I believe. We have Chris from Brazil. We have Lestaris from Indonesia. Yeah, it is unbelievable. You haven't joined us for a long time, so it's great to have you with us. I see that some of you guys know each other already. That's wonderful. Yeah, that's great. Again, guys, another thing I want to mention is that if you haven't already, if you're watching on Facebook or LinkedIn, please think about joining us on YouTube, because that's where I put the recordings of the previous episodes. So if you miss part of the live show or miss it altogether, you can watch it on the YouTube channel. That's the only place I put recordings now. So scan the QR code or go to The Grammar Detective 2 at The Grammar Detective 2 on YouTube. I had to start a new channel this year, but one by one, all the old episodes are being posted there. All right? So please subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's where most of the activity is, most of the videos. Who else is with us? Tesfalam is with us from UAE. Welcome. Thanks for joining. I think you were here last week. I want to apologize to a viewer, and I don't remember her name or his name, but a few weeks ago, somebody asked a fascinating question in the chat thread, but we ran out of time that evening for me to answer their question. I'd like to devote an entire episode to answering their question, and it was related to using the word so. So if any of you remember who that was, or if you're connected to that person who asked how to connect sentences with so, and how to use so, please let them know to get in touch with me on YouTube. You can leave a comment and I'll receive it as a message, but I want to make sure that they, get the answer they were looking for. It's the challenge with this show. Everyone's got a lot of questions and I want to address all of them, but sometimes we run out of time. I'm limited here at my Hardboiled English studio as to how long I can live stream because it gets incredibly hot in my studio. And right now my city is in its springtime and it's getting hotter and hotter by the day. And usually within the early months of summer, like May, I have to start shutting the live stream down for the summer. It just gets too hot in here. You might not think that in Canada we have hot weather, but our summers are incredibly hot. And if you're indoors with studio lights and cameras and computers, I cook. Sitara is here. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to our English Mystery of the Week shortly. I'm just going to check on another platform. Let's see who's watching there. We are streaming to a lot of platforms these days, and I'm sort of trying to research which platforms people actually watch the show on. We know everyone watches on Facebook and YouTube, and sometimes LinkedIn, although not often. I want to make sure that I'm reaching people. We have also with us Isabel. Isabel's with us. Great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Now we'll get to our mystery of the week in a moment. And it'll probably take, 2/3 of the show, most of the show. But, please don't hesitate to ask me questions in the comment thread. I'll try to get to them after I've addressed the main mystery of the week. And if not, I'll take a photo of your question and answer it next week. The other thing you can do, of course, is you can make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. And please put comments on the videos. Ask questions in the comments. Ask questions based on the video, whatever. I review comments every day. I don't get a lot of them, so it's not a lot of work to look at them. But it's great to hear from you and what you think of the videos. Or if you have other questions about the videos because you didn't understand something, please let me know and I can address it, on an upcoming show. The other thing I would suggest is to join the WhatsApp group, Grammar Gumshoes, and the link for that is down below in the description box. You can also join my private members club. There are free and paid membership programs. Just scan the QR code, go there, sign in, and choose the level that you want to join in. And free one is fine. And I also will post things there, materials, resources. Eventually, soon, I will host Zoom conversation clubs there. We'll do all kinds of different things. So check that out, Members Club. But most important is to subscribe to the YouTube channel and share it with your friends, right? The more people we get watching this show, the better success we can have with it, and I can continue with it. Obviously, and of course, if you feel generous and you want to support the show financially, for as little as $1 per month, that money adds up and helps me continue this show. You may not realize it because it's a free show to watch. It costs me a lot of money every week to deliver this show. And I don't make money on this show. This is a non-profit program, and it costs me money. It's a hobby for me. It's not my job. So if you feel generous and you would like to be a supporter, you can go to Patreon and support the show for as little as $1 a month. Canadian, that is. And I know that's a lot of money for some people, and I don't expect anything, but if you feel like supporting the show, I would appreciate it. All right. Did I miss anyone? Is anyone joined us that I haven't said hello to? Okay, well, let's get to our mystery of the week, shall we? And this one, again, is a question that has never been asked on the show previously. This is the first time somebody has asked this question. It's a fascinating question, and it's almost one of those questions somebody probably should have asked a long time ago, because it addresses a very common grammar structure that is a little bit mysterious. So, without further ado, let's get to our mystery of the week. I'll see you on the other side. Where are we? Okay, here we go. Welcome back, guys. Okay, so this week's mystery is the case of the shrinking clause. Now, this mystery is the result of this question. I forgot who asked me this, but someone asked me this in the WhatsApp Grammar Gumshoes group. It's a fascinating question. Why do adjectives sometimes go after a noun? Of course, we're all familiar with the adjectives that go before a noun. For example, the pen, the red pen, right? Red is an adjective before the noun pen. This is a red pen. That's the most common position for adjectives, and that's what you're taught as a beginner, right? But there are cases, such as these two examples, where a clear adjectival sort of word comes after the noun. And we feel that it's an adjective. We feel that it's describing the noun. For example, we have this one. The report generated will show the information. Okay, we have report, that's the subject, and it's also a noun. And then immediately after it, we have this word generated, which kind of looks like a verb, but we feel that it's describing the report, right? Because our main verb is here, will show. It's a future tense expression. Will is the modal will, show is the verb. And then we have the object, the information. So here we have an adjective form after the noun, not before. Very mysterious. In the other example, I have to peek behind the camera, it says, we have a meeting scheduled at 9 a.m. Meeting, here is the object. Subject is we, verb is have, right? A meeting is the object. We have a meeting. A meeting is a noun. And then immediately after it, we have this word, scheduled. And it looks like a verb form, looks like the past tense of schedule, the verb schedule. But we also know that schedule can be a noun. We also know that sometimes these kind of past verbs can be used as adjectives. For example, Paul is a married man. Married man. Married is an adjective. It describes the man. Yet here, it comes after the noun. And in this case, it's the object. We have a meeting scheduled at 9 a.m. So we have to ask ourselves, what the heck is going on here? And the question is a good one. Why? Why? I love why questions, by the way. They are the most complex questions to explore. And a lot of beginners ask the question why, or feel the need to ask the question why, but maybe can't understand the answer. You guys tend to be intermediate or above or advanced and I feel that you're capable of understanding a more complex explanation, which is what this show is built on. So let's take a look at the board. I've presented the first sentence, and I want to look closely at it. It says, the report generated will show the following information, right? And let's identify the parts. I've said this before. When you want to understand what's happening in a sentence, identify the parts in terms of parts of speech. So I said we have, let me just create a little, we have the subject, we have this mysterious word. Let's say it's an adjective for now. We have the modal, we have the verb, we have the following information. And this is basically the object. This is actually an adjective with ing. Okay, and we feel this description happening here. We can feel that the word generated is describing the report, but it comes after the word report, which is very mysterious. And this is what we're going to look at. Now, what makes this mysterious for a language learner like yourselves, as opposed to a native speaker, is what is really happening here. Native speakers will learn a larger structure and then they'll learn this. So when they encounter this, the meaning is expressed to them. Okay, I'm going to show you what's really happening here. If you look closely, we actually have two ideas being expressed. Two ideas being expressed and squeezed together. So let's find out what those ideas are. The report generated will show the following information. We have a main idea, right? And it's made of the subject, the verb, and the object. That's always the main idea. Sometimes we don't have an object, but the clause, right? A clause is a subject plus a verb, plus it expresses a complete idea, even if it's small. So the subject and the verb really express the main idea. And what are they? The report will show the following information. The report will show the following information. This is a different idea. This is a descriptive idea. So let's pull this out and we can really see what's going on here. The report will show the following information. Is that a clause? Yes, we have a subject, we have a verb. Right? That's a complete idea. The report will show the following information. That's a clause. That's an independent clause because it's a subject, it's a verb, and it expresses a complete idea. So that is an independent clause. It's perfectly able to be by itself like that. What's this? I want to suggest that this idea is really this. The report has been generated. The report has been generated. Okay? So we have this idea. The report will show the following information. We have another idea. The report has been generated. By who? By the staff, let's say. And if you look closely at that idea, you'll see a very specific grammar. The report has been generated by the staff. Let's say a business, right? What kind of structure is that? I think you all recognize that it is a passive structure. This is actually the subject. This is actually the object. This is the verb, and this is the be verb. But it's present perfect. Okay? That's a passive. The report has been generated by the staff. And when you see it in the future, it will show the following information. But sometime in the past, the report has been generated by the staff, or we could say also, the staff generated the report. This is a passive. But now we have two sentences. And as always with English, if we can squeeze it into a smaller structure with the same meaning, we do it. Why? I think it has to do with British and North American culture, which values efficiency in industry, in business, and in communication. If we can say something quicker with the same meaning, English users tend to. Rather than putting a lot of extra words we don't need, we cut out the words we don't need, and we make a more concise, direct expression. North Americans especially tend to believe that things like time is money, the capitalist Western value of efficiency, right? And it's in the language. As long as we can keep the meaning in a smaller structure, the smaller structure is better. And I do subscribe to this, especially in things like writing. And also, when we're talking to someone, we want to give our meaning and our expression directly, clearly, and precisely to our listener quickly, because we want them to speak or comment on it, and they're waiting for their turn. So we have two sentences here. Two sentences, okay, one sentence is better than two. So if we can squeeze these together, it's a good idea. It's desirable. Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how to pronounce this, so I'm going to say Mersha. Mersha? Mersha? Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. It was your question, right? Thank you. So here we go. So we have these two sentences, these two ideas, and we've seen how we started like this with the adjective after the noun, and I said that this is really two ideas. The report will show the following information. The report has been generated by the staff or by someone, right? And if we know who the someone is, probably we'll just not say it. So we can eliminate that subject because when we're talking to our listener, let's assume they know who generated the report or who generates reports usually, the staff or the research department, let's say. But what my point is, we have two ideas here. One is the main idea. The report will show the following information. Which report? The report generated by the staff. Okay, so how do we squeeze two big ideas into one idea? Well, here's what we often do. Here's what you can do. Let me just clean the board a little bit. You can use something we call a relative clause or an adjective clause. I prefer the word adjective clause because it's really a clause acting as an adjective. And just to refresh your memory, a clause is a subject plus a verb plus a complete idea. Okay? That's a clause. And if we have a clause, we can use it as an adjective. And if we have an adjective, we can describe a noun. So, one way to smash together two complete ideas, right? The report will show the following information. That's a complete idea. The report has been generated by the staff or by somebody. And that's the subject of a passive structure. Here's how we can do it. We can say, and what the beautiful thing about doing this, of course, is we can cut out repetition. And we have some repetition here. We have report and report. English values efficiency and directness. If we can avoid repetition, let's do it. Okay? The report will show the following information. Which report? The report, where am I? The report that has been generated. The report that has been generated. That's an adjective clause, right? This is what we call a relative pronoun. And this whole adjective clause can describe the report. Now we have the word twice, so we don't want to repeat that, do we? So let's move the adjective clause up here and describe the noun. And let me clear the board so you can see this nice and clearly. Remember what we're doing here. We're putting together two complete ideas in a more efficient and direct sentence. So we don't have repetition and we don't have two sentences. We have one nice sentence. Right? Now we have one. The report. Which report? The report that has been generated by somebody will show the following information. We still have our main subject. The report. We still have our main verb. And we still have our object. So there's our main idea. But in the middle of that, we have this adjective clause. Right? And a clause is a subject plus verb, and it's a complete idea. And we're going to use it as an adjective. And adjective clauses connect to the noun after the noun with a relative pronoun. Right? The report, which report? The report that has been generated will show the following information. The pen that Paul is holding is blue. That's two ideas. The pen is blue. Which pen? The pen that Paul is holding. Two ideas smashed together. The pen that Paul is holding is blue. So now we have a main clause and a smaller adjective clause, right? The relative pronoun is acting as the subject. And we have the be verb and we have the main verb. This is a passive. Remember, it was a passive structure. Okay? Relative pronoun has been generated. So this is present perfect passive. But it's an adjective clause. This is describing the report. Look closely at that, guys. The report. Which report? That has been generated. What about it? It will show the following information. Take a close look at that while I wipe this. So this is one way to pack two ideas together. One is the main idea and its future, and one is a clause that's describing the subject, giving us information about the subject. It tells us which report we're talking about. So this is descriptive and it modifies the report and makes it specific. It's the report that has been generated by the staff or the researcher or the boss, and it will show the following information. It's two ideas smashed together into one sentence, right? And this adjective clause comes after the noun. Remember the question. Why do adjectives sometimes come after a noun? It's a brilliant question because it's so common and we see it in so many different ways. And we know it's describing, but we're also taught, right? You guys are taught when you're learning English. Adjectives come before the noun. The blue pen. Blue is an adjective, right? The white ball, right? The cute bunny, right? The cute's an adjective. Bunny is a noun. Cute bunny, adjective first. But sometimes the adjective comes after. The key to this mystery is that this is an adjective clause. That's why we're using a verb here. And in fact, this verb happens to be in passive present perfect, right? We have has been generated. Has is the auxiliary, be is the verb, but it's be verb. And then we have another verb in participle, past participle form, has been generated. Present perfect would just be has generated. The presence of the be in past participle form tells us it's a passive. The report has been generated by somebody, a subject. This is a passive. Remember when we pulled it out and showed the full idea, it was a passive structure. The report has been generated by somebody, the staff, the boss, the coworker. The report, which report? That has been generated. What about it? It will show the following information. Now if you look, that's still a long sentence. And I told you that in English, especially in British and North American culture, which values efficiency and directness, North America even more than the UK, probably because of the capitalist business focus in North American culture. Time is money, get the other person the message quickly and efficiently. Because of that, over history, English has learned all kinds of creative ways to get smaller and smaller with the same meaning. And the key to this mystery is something we call reduced clauses. Now we've already packed two sentences into one, right? The report will show the following information. Which report? The report that has been generated. Or the report has been generated by someone. We've squeezed those together by using an adjective clause. But these impatient North American English users want to make that even smaller. So they've created over history, over time, the language has evolved to reduce even more. And here's what happens. The relative pronoun is there just to act as a subject to make this clause, right? A clause needs a subject and a verb and express an idea. Okay, well, what if I don't want a clause? Well, if you don't want a clause, you don't need a subject. And if you don't want a clause, you don't need a verb. So what are you left with? We are left with a reduced clause that implies the same information. It implies the same information. We know it's there like a ghost hiding behind the structure. But now we have a much smaller structure. More direct, more concise, but the same idea. The report. Which report? Generated. The report generated. What are we implying here? We're implying a larger meaning. The report that has been generated. We know adjective, if an adjective comes after a noun, it must be representing an adjective clause, because only adjective clauses come after the noun. Okay? So we recognize that. We feel it as adjectival, even though it's a past participle from the verb. Here's our main verb and there's our object. Look how concise that sentence is. Look how concise, how small. We started with 2 full sentences with lots of words, and now we've reduced it down to a much tighter, direct sentence, but it conveys the same meaning, right? The report. Which report? The report that has been generated. What about it? It will show the following information. We have 2 complete ideas squeezed into one sentence. In fact, it's squeezed into one clause now. Subject, verb, object. That's one clause. This whole meaning, this whole adjectival clause meaning is now squeezed into one word. How do we know that? We feel it because we do know the rule that adjectives go before the noun. Oops. Before the noun. So if an adjective, if a past participle verb comes after this, we recognize that it must be an adjective. And the only adjectives that come after the noun are adjective clauses. So very quickly, this takes on adjectival meaning, even though it's a verb. And we know it's not the main verb of the sentence because it comes here, will show the following information. So the question was, why do adjectives sometimes come after the noun? And the answer is, adjective clauses come after the noun. And adjective clauses, as we've seen, can be reduced. They can be shrunk. We can shrink them to make the overall sentence a little smaller. Why is that good? Because it gets your idea to the listener or the reader quickly, directly. Same meaning, same idea, more directly. Saves time, and time is money in some cultures, so it's preferable. If we can do it, we do it. Now, let's try that one more time with the second example. Okay, the second example is we have a meeting scheduled at 9 a.m. How straight is that, guys? Hard for me to see here. Okay, we have a meeting scheduled at 9 a.m. Let's break it down. Let's identify the parts of the sentence, the parts of speech. We have a subject. We. The next word is a verb, have. Simple present. We have a meeting. Great, that's an object. That's a sentence. We have a meeting. Scheduled. This seems to be another one of these participles, adjectives. And then we have a preposition phrase, a time. We can call this a prep phrase. We can call it a time adverb. It's all of these things. It tells us when the action happens. Now, just like in the first example, this is actually two ideas, right? This is actually two ideas squeezed together. Let's pull them apart again. We have a meeting at 9 a.m. That's one idea. Which meeting? Well, we have a meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Well, if the meeting is tomorrow morning, and we already know it, then in the past, somebody scheduled a meeting, right? So we can say the meeting was scheduled, and let's say by our boss yesterday. Let's add some meaning here. We have a meeting at 9 a.m. today or tomorrow, doesn't really matter. The meeting, which meeting? The meeting was scheduled by our boss yesterday. And if you look closely, the second idea, again, is a passive structure. The meeting by our boss yesterday. The meeting was scheduled by our boss yesterday. That's a passive. The active version would be our boss scheduled a meeting. Our boss scheduled a meeting, the meeting yesterday. That would be the active. But this is a passive idea because we're focused on the meeting, not the boss. In fact, we don't even care who scheduled it. The subject doesn't really matter, and that's why we're going to drop it. But, you know, that could be the idea here. It's a passive. When you make a passive, you're allowed to drop off the subject. It's one of the reasons you choose a passive, so you can get rid of the subject, because everyone knows who schedules our meetings, the boss. Okay, That's a full idea. It's a clause. It has a subject and a verb, and it's a complete thought, a complete idea. We have a meeting at 9 a.m. Great. Which meeting? We have lots of meetings. Well, there's a particular meeting at 9 a.m. and the meeting was scheduled by somebody. So that is a separate idea. It's also a clause, right? We have a missing subject, we have a verb, and we have an object. Complete idea. The meeting was scheduled. That's a passive idea. The weather was changed. The schedule was changed. The movie was altered. I don't know. There's lots of different passive expressions you can make. And again, we have two sentences. We want to squeeze them into one. And mind you, over here we had an adjective clause reduced describing a subject. Here, we're going to describe the object, not the subject, right? Okay, let's expand this and create our adjective clause. Right? We have a meeting. Which meeting? The meeting that was scheduled let's say by our boss, and this again is the subject, so we don't really need it, we can cut it out. So now we have collapsed two sentences into one using an adjective clause, right? We have a meeting. Which meeting? The meeting that, relative pronoun, be verb plus past participle. That's still a passive. It's an adjective clause, and the adjective clause describes the object. Tells us about the meeting. Which meeting? The meeting that was scheduled at 9 a.m. by our boss. Okay, so now we have an adjective clause describing backwards into the sentence to the noun, right? And that's why we have a past participle, because this is a passive. That's why that's a past participle. And adjective clauses come after nouns. But English users, we're not satisfied. We want to shrink it even more. So what do? We get rid of the relative pronoun. And if you get rid of the relative pronoun, you no longer have a subject in this clause. So you have to get rid of the be verb. And you collapse the past participle. Let's get rid of the subject. And we reduce our clause even smaller. Okay? We have a meeting scheduled at 9 a.m. And this is a past participle. What's it doing here when the main verb is here? Why is the verb over here? Well, it's not acting as a verb. It's acting to represent the adjective clause. And adjective clauses describe backwards to the noun. They don't describe forward like the blue pen. They describe backwards to the noun that they're right beside. Okay? This is what we call reduced clauses. So there are a couple of rules about reducing. In fact, there are many ways to reduce clauses. As I said, English comes from places like the UK and North America, and especially in North America, but also in the UK, we have a culture that's represented in the language, and there's a culture of efficiency and directness, more so in North America even. If we can say the same meaning in a shorter amount of time, it's worthwhile. Okay? So let me show you a couple of ways, a couple of things to remember, a couple of sort of rules we can hold on to here. Here's the first one. Where is it? Okay. Adjective clauses with passive verbs are reduced to past participles. The relative pronoun and the be verb are cut out. They're omitted. So for example, the schools that were closed soon reopened. That were closed is our adjective clause, and it's a passive. Closed is the past participle. We can shrink it even more. The schools closed, soon opened. Okay, so this is the rule. If the adjective clause is a passive verb, we're allowed to reduce it. And passive expressions have that be verb. This is important. Now, I'm just going to leave that up there for a moment. And just to remind you here, this was a passive verb, right? We said that the report had been or has been or was generated. That's a passive. The meeting was scheduled. That's a passive. Was scheduled by someone. That's a passive. Has been scheduled by someone. That's present perfect passive. But it's still a passive. So if we have a passive adjective clause, we can reduce it. How do we do it? We cut out the relative pronoun that or which, doesn't matter. Relative pronouns can be that, which, who, where, even when or whom are used. We can cut that out and cut out the be verb, and we're left with the past participle. Okay? There are other ways to do this. Look at this one. Adjective clauses in the present progressive form are reduced to participle phrases. A phrase loses its verbal meaning, okay? And a phrase is more than one word. The relative pronoun and the be verb are omitted. Now, these are not passives. Look at this. I went to a movie. What kind of movie? That was showing. That was showing is the adjective clause. I went to a movie that was showing at my local cinema. And we reduce that to, I went to a movie showing at my local cinema. Okay, we cut out the relative pronoun that, we cut out the be verb was, and we're left with the present participle. I went to a movie showing at a local cinema. And that word showing is describing the noun movie. Pretty cool, huh? Let's look at another way to reduce. Adjective clauses with active verbs in simple present, future, past, present perfect, and past perfect form are reduced to present participles. Well, that covers a lot of possibilities, doesn't it? But they're all adjective clauses. So what we're talking about here, guys, are adjective clauses because they come after the noun, right? They come after the noun. Adjective clauses come after the noun. And if we can squeeze them down to one word that represents that adjective clause, it can still act like an adjective, describing backwards to the noun. Let's look at an example. The boss, which boss? The boss, who will hire me? Who will hire me? That's an adjective clause, but it's future tense, right? So it qualifies. Adjective clauses with active verbs in the future. The boss who will hire me next year is rich. Well, that's a lot of words. Let's reduce it. The boss hiring me next year is rich. The boss hiring me next year is rich. So this still expresses the future tense, but it expresses this adjectival description of the word boss, which is a noun. Now, guys, there are all kinds of ways to do this. I'm just going to show you the main, most common 4. Number 4 is this one. Adjective clauses with the verb be followed by an adjective phrase, not an adjective clause. Look at this. An adjective clause with the verb be followed by an adjective phrase, which means an adjective expression with more than one word, are reduced to the adjective phrase. Right? So we can cut out the whole adjective clause. The relative pronoun and be verb are deleted. Okay? Look at this example. People, which people? Who were successful, who relative pronoun. Were, that's a be verb. Successful is an adjective, right? We can make clauses like that. Subject, verb, subject, be verb, adjective. Paul is happy. You are kind, right? Subject, be verb, adjective. People who were successful from business. So here's the adjective phrase. Successful from business. Not just successful, successful from business. That whole phrase is the adjective expression. Okay? People who were successful from business attended the conference. And we can reduce that. We cut out the relative pronoun, cut out the verb, and we're left with the adjective expression. People, which kind? People successful from business attended the conference. Okay? So I know this is a lot, but this is a fascinating way to use fewer words to express a powerful idea. In fact, ultimately what we're doing here is we're squeezing an entire adjective clause down to one word. And that's pretty cool. Now, I've said a lot here. I'm just going to drink a little water because I've been ill lately. And part of my symptoms are a sore throat and cough. Now, I'm just going to look back at the chat and see if I missed anyone to say hello. Fire English. Hello, teacher. I'm from Oman. Fire English. Great name. Welcome. Okay, so am I pronouncing your name well? Mersha? Marsha? Hopefully. Or is it Mirza? Mirza. I'm not sure. Jonas Taleb is with us from Morocco. And Isabel, I had to explain to her. No, because had is your past tense verb. And then you have to, which is a preposition, with another past tense verb. You don't need two past tense verbs. And in fact, if you have to plus verb, that's an infinitive. So it should be, I had to explain, infinitive verb, explain. I had to explain to her. I had to explain English to her, something. So to doesn't work with past tense verb. To is part of the infinitive verb. Right? I had to explain, I had to teach, I had to cook, I had to study, I had to learn, I had to talk. To plus infinitive verb. And had is your past tense verb. So this doesn't quite work. Great. Now, do you guys have any questions about this concept, this reduced clauses or the shrinking clauses? Any questions about this? Remember what we've done here. We've started with the original. We've broke it open and showed that there are two ideas really there. And then we shrunk those ideas back to an adjective clause. And then we reduced the adjective clause to a single word representing the adjective clause idea. So this is what we call the technique of reducing clauses. And it's incredibly powerful. Now, when you're learning a language, especially in your writing classes, the more vocabulary you learn, the more grammar you learn, you want to show your teacher that you can do it. You want to demonstrate your language skill. So often you try to write longer sentences. Look, teacher, I can write a long sentence. I'm succeeding. And that's good. That's how you learn. As you become a more advanced user of the language, longer sentences are not necessarily better. Right? Once you develop the skill at making a longer sentence, a full expression, a more complex idea, you also need to learn how to pull that back and control it. And then try to express the idea as clearly and precisely as possible with as few number of words as possible. That's really the goal of English. English works best when it's concise. There are 2.5 million words to choose from. So if you can replace a sentence with a word, the word is better. It's more powerful. It's more efficient. Fewer words, same meaning. Right? That's efficiency and effectiveness. Okay, excuse me. So any questions, guys? Any clarifications needed for this concept? Reducing adjective clauses. Yeah, so you know that present participle like ing, right? I went to an exciting movie, right? That's exciting as an adjective before the movie, noun. And past participle, something like married. Paul is a married man. That's the past participle before the noun. And I think you know, Jonas, that the only time adjectives come after the noun is when they're adjective clauses. So if you see a past participle after a noun, it must be representing an adjective clause that's been squeezed into the word, right? Because there is no other option. We don't think of that as a verb. We think of that as a past participle being used as an adjective, but it's describing backwards the way adjective clauses do. And now that we've talked about it, Jonas, I'm sure you're going to see this everywhere because it's incredibly common, right? Yes, exactly. The very popular, very common. I wouldn't say popular because popular implies that people want to do it because they love doing it. Like, I don't know, Justin Bieber is a popular singer because people like his music or like him. I don't think people choose to do this because they like it. I think they do it because it's useful. So maybe the correct adjective here is common. There are very common cases. It's very common, right? And that's why you should learn it, because it's useful, right? If we can say the same idea, if we can say two ideas with one word, gosh, that's powerful. That's direct. That is saying a lot with a little. That's efficiency. Why is that good? Well, if you're speaking, the other person wants to speak. They don't want to wait for you to say 1,000 words so they can speak, right? So deliver your message quickly so they have a turn. And if you're writing something, efficiency works because there might be thousands, hundreds of thousands of words to read in a book, for example. So if you can say the same idea without losing meaning, that's important. We don't want to lose our idea or our meaning. But if you can say it with fewer words, but with the same idea expressed, it's better. It's more direct. It's efficient use of language. And English works well that way. Doesn't mean all languages do. Your own language might not work like that. Some languages are best used when they're full of words, when there's long, winding expressions. That might be considered beautiful language in your culture. Not in English. English is a language, partially because of the culture from the UK and eventually North America, that values reserve. Don't say a lot of words if you don't have to. That values efficiency, right? Time is money. Make things happen directly with as little effort and as few words as possible. That's efficiency. Every language comes from a specific culture, and that culture's values and philosophies and beliefs are built into the language. That's why learning a language gives you a window into a different culture in a way that other things like movies or fashion or music never do. The language is like a window into understanding that culture. It's one of the powerful things about learning a language. You might already know this as you've learned English. You start to understand British or North American or Australian culture a little deeper, because the language allows you to see into the soul of a culture. And if I studied your language, whether it's Malaysian or Arabic or Russian or Ukrainian or Spanish or Portuguese, if I studied your languages, I would start to understand your culture better, even if I knew nothing else about your culture. If I never knew your fashions, your music, your food, your architecture, your art, your cinema. If I knew none of that, I would understand something about your culture through your language alone. It's one of the things that makes language learning so powerful for you guys. One of the reasons I love helping learners develop their English proficiency is because it gives you a window into my culture, which I'd love to share with you, even though we're thousands of kilometers away from each other. Excuse me, guys. I'm going to get some water here. Please say hello or put some questions there for me. Is this clear to everyone? Give me a thumbs up. Can we do that? Is there a emoji function on the chat here? I can't see it. I think present participle describes subject and past participle. Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Subjects and objects usually are nouns, right? And any noun can be described using an adjective clause. In fact, you can describe the subject and the object with adjective clauses, and you can reduce those clauses. So it doesn't matter the object. You can do this. You can have a noun with a reduced clause 100 times in a sentence if you really want to. You could make a huge sentence. So there's no limit. Let me just review, Jonas, because maybe you missed this. There are basically 4 ways to reduce. One is what am I doing here? Chat. Adjective clauses with passive verbs are reduced to past participles. So the schools that were closed soon reopened. In this case, it's the subject, but it doesn't matter. It could be the object, but there's no object here. The schools closed soon opened. So with passive verbs, you reduce them to past participles. And the adjective clause can describe the subject or object, depending on your sentence. Doesn't matter. It just describes nouns. Adjective clauses in the present progressive form are reduced to participle phrases. So I went to a movie, and the movie here is the object. I is the subject. The movie that was showing at my local cinema becomes I went to a movie showing at my local cinema. Right? This is not a passive. Third example, adjective clauses with excuse me, active verbs in simple present, future, past. Doesn't matter. The boss who will hire me, so this is describing the subject, hire me next year is rich. So here there is no object. But it really doesn't matter. Adjective clauses describe nouns. Now the adjective clause followed by the be with an adjective phrase reduces to the adjective phrase. People who were successful from business attended the conference. People successful from business attended the conference. So Jonas, your question is a good one. Excuse me, gosh. Present participle describes subject and past participle describes an object. No. Past participle describes, we use the past participle when we're collapsing a passive. That's the key. Passive adjective clause. Right? And present participle we use for subjects or objects, it doesn't matter, to describe the other verb forms that we saw, I think this one. No, this one. Right? Adjective clauses with active verbs in simple present, future, blah, 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 reduced to present participles. So the difference here is passive. Adjective clauses with passive, they reduce to the past participle. Why? Because passive grammar uses the past participle. The schools that were closed is a passive, right? The report that was generated or has been generated, that's a passive. We have a meeting that was scheduled. That's a passive. So passives, right? We keep the passive past participle. It makes sense, right? But all the other forms, future, present, doesn't matter, we shrink those to the present participle, the ing. All right, thumbs up. Okay, so you can. Great, thumbs up. Okay, so we have Ludmila from Grammar Chat. Hi, finally I get up. Great, thank you for joining us. Yeah, doer, receiver, subject, object, it doesn't matter. You can use an adjective clause for anyone, any noun. The question is the adjective clause an active sentence or a passive? If it's active, present participle, ing. If it's a passive, we use the past participle. Kind of makes sense because past participle is already part of the passive. The man who lives next to me is kind becomes the man living next to me is kind. Exactly, Suwan. The man who lives, that's present tense, active. The man who lives next to me, right? And that shrinks down to the man living next to me. Great. Wonderful. Hand pink waving by Tony Navarro. Lovely, but I don't know what hand pink waving means. But it sounds great. Chinu is with us. Chinu, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Teacher Paul, yes. I am from Oman. Welcome. Just going to grab some water, guys. My voice is going. Excuse me. I think I should sign off now because I'm starting to lose my voice again. And I don't want to cough because my microphone is close and I'll make an explosion in your ears. So I think it's a good time to say goodnight. We've covered a lot of material here. Hopefully it's clear. If you need a little more time, you can watch the recording after the show. I'll post it on YouTube. This live link, yeah, I want to clear this up because we had some questions last week. Before the live stream, I share the live link with everyone. After the show streams live, that link is no longer useful. I shut it down. Why? Because I want to post the recording of the show, not the recording of the live stream, but an uploaded recording. Okay, it's a little bit different, and it affects the way YouTube promotes the show. Like the direct recording doesn't get promoted, but an uploaded recording gets promoted. So I prefer that. So about an hour after the show is over, I will post the recording. So if you missed the show, don't use the live link anymore. Wait for an hour and I'll post the recording link, okay? Thank you, Isabel. I guess, guys, I should say goodnight because I'm losing my voice any moment now. So thank you for meeting me here tonight. Thank you for this great question. Mirza, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but thank you for your question. It's an excellent question. And as I said earlier, yours is a question that's never been asked on the show. A lot of times newcomers ask a question that we maybe covered last year. And so I just refer them to check out the recording so I don't have to repeat myself a million times. Because there are a lot of common questions that everyone has. Yours was a question that had never been asked on this show before. So thank you very much. It gave us a new English mystery to explore and share with everyone. And I hope I've explained it in a way that is understandable. I hope our case is closed. If not, you can ask me questions later, or on the recording video, you can ask questions in the comment thread. Okay? There's always a way to watch these shows and get your questions answered. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me this evening. It's been wonderful to be with you, as always. And Hardboiled English Live with the Grammar Detective will be back next week. And until that time, thank you for studying English. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Until I see you again, please take care of your health, keep studying English, and as always, stay cool. Watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or buy me a coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hardboiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy and stay cool.